Nation. Broadcasting from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, just blocks away from where trucking radio first began.
Well, good morning to you, Dave.
Hey,
Nemo.
good morning, Jimmy Mack.
Let's make this really clear, guys. This coming week might be the scariest week for trucking of them all. This is the week that you actually might want to forget about those non-domiciled homicidals, those over-caffeinated and those undertrained. The return of the driver shortage mendacity. That's right, they're talking about driver shortage again. The mendacity in the face of actual overcapacity. Let's put aside those perils of parking. We talk about that enough. And let's forget the talk about freeways filled with fatwas. You've heard that one as well, too, by the way. Or tariffs taxing down on your tonnage, and even carbon mandates muddling your mighty momentum towards finally managing your maintenance. I managed to work both Mike Roth and Kevin Lindsay into that reference, because none of that, Dave, compares to this week. Because this week is the scariest week of them all for trucking. 81.8 million reasons to be afraid. To be very afraid. You know some of them, including Darlene from Duluth, desperately determined to do a little dip, the kind you put in between your lip and your gums, during the drive to Des Moines. Bertha and Bobby, the no-blinker boozers, barreling from Boise to break bread with their boisterous brethren in Billings. And then there's Humongous Eugene of Ukiah with his unexpected U-turn, and his ugly Uncle Eustace with his three unattractive underlings, Uriah, Eureka, and Ulysses. 81.8 million of them out there, soon to be merging into traffic near you. They're all traveling 50 miles or more for Thanksgiving carnage that all of us expect to enjoy, and 90% of them will be out there for the entire long haul with you. Here's the deal. Don't let that record breaker be a heartbreaker. Starting tomorrow, according to our friends at AAA, you've got AAA, don't you?
I do have AAA.
I love AAA, by the way.
Yeah.
One of the great underrated must-haves of all time. According to AAA, November 25th, tomorrow, my birthday, happy birthday to me, call and say happy birthday to me tomorrow, all the way until Monday, December the 1st, 81.8 million Americans are going to be pulling a John Candy and Steve Martin planes, trains, and automobiles to head to holiday destinations and back. Tomorrow, by the way, is the big one. Wednesday is an even bigger one. And then Sunday will be the big ride home. 73 million, that's 90% of 81.8 million, will do the entire journey by car. The rest, planes and trains. That is, by the way, Dave, a record. I think in some ways, if you're going to ask me, I think in some way it's an attempt at a force majeure. I think people are desperately trying to find some relief. It's a lot of folks who have gotten the hell kicked out of them over the last year. Have you gotten the hell kicked out of you over the last year, Dave?
Oh, and then some, yes.
How did you put it this morning? You got the hell kicked out of you? They then shoved it back in you
Kicked
just
it
to
out
kick
again,
it out
right?
again. I think they've gotten the hell kicked out of them by prices, by a sense of the divisive, and then a world hell-bent on exercising its vices. And I mean exercising as opposed to exorcising. I think a lot of folks are looking forward to getting a little joy in a year that has often had so little of it. I really do believe that, which means they're going to be distracted. I want you to remember this. Don't forget that Darlene, doing her dip, also adores her niece Darla and can't wait to see her. Don't forget that Bertha and Bobby, well, they blubber constantly over their grandson Billy, and they are so proud of him, and he loves them very much. And I don't know if you've heard about Humongous Eugene, but he's not so humongous anymore. He actually has undergone a ubiquitous transformation. Since he used to be unfulfilled, he now is heading in a more fulfilled direction, having met unambiguously upbeat Eudora. I hate to ask one more thing of all of you guys out there. You do so much. I know you're going to slow it down, and now my new favorite expression, sigh from on high. That's what I believe truckers do on a regular basis. They sit up on high, look around. I have this image of God, Dave, where every once in a while he's tinkering with the rest of the known universe, messing around, making it smell like, raspberries in the center of the universe, battling the god Azathoth in the corner of another universe. Every once in a while, he takes off his glasses just to check on us and goes, oh, And I actually believe that truck drivers do the same thing. They sigh from on high. They look down from their trucks and they see people with their feet out the windows, people like texting on their phone with their knees on their steering wheel, and three little girls in the back. And I know you guys are going to be, slowing it down, sighing from on high. And I know you're going to tune into RadioNemo.com. It's Rapid Fire Nemo Nation, which is today. It's Rambunctious Road Gang Radio, Tuesday through Friday. And another deeply moving episode of We Should Write, along with Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday's edition of Ashley and Scott in Trucking with Oida. I hate to ask one more thing of you guys, but could you make sure that at least a few of those 81.8 million people get home safely? Make sure that Darlene gets to Darla, and Bertha and Bobby get to Billy, and Humongous Eugene is actually able to give a romantic hug to Eudora. Because the only people out there that deserve it more than them are you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
Oh, let's see. What kind of weekend was it? It was pretty good. Not too bad. I avoided doing a lot of things that I didn't want to do.
We appreciate your honesty.
That's a good weekend, man. That's a good weekend. By the way, an avoidance weekend is Saturday's become kind of a tradition with us. We actually, because game day starts so early now for college football. They get out there, McAfee and Saban and all those guys get together and they have a great time sampling the food of whatever city they're going to, whatever college town they're headed to. And people have started showing up. Ryan brings his two sons over with, so we got the kids in the backyard playing. My mom usually goes back there with them. People start stopping by, and then it's just all day of college football. So that's become kind of the tradition. And at some point, a really bad game will come on, and my dad and I will just get up and go to the store at that point. Just go to the grocery store. I'm starting to really get into the swing of that weekend thing. Kind of really enjoying it. Did you get any cleaning done or anything, or did you avoid that too?
Oh, what did I do? I started trimming vines out of my screens on the porch. So yeah, that's
good enough, man.
Start.
That's good enough.
Start.
Let's try this. Dre will help me out here, and then we'll actually get our first caller in on the phone because we got a great day today. And Dean Croak is going to be joining us in just a second here at 615-292-6366.
Oh, 615-292, your name, Nemo.
Nemo.
Yes.
Hey ho, what do you say? And by the way, before we actually say good morning to Dean, to let him get back to merry old England because that's where he is. What do you say we drop Jerry Bowers in here for a second, a little bit of the old action from our good friend Mr. J, and say good. What are you doing, man? What's happening, Diver Driver?
Good morning. Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Jimmy.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, Dre.
Hello.
I listened to Friday's show, and I've been simmering like a delicious gumbo. I've been simmering on this all weekend. This month has been 10 years since I hung up my diving helmet and put on my driving career, right? And once I got through training, I tuned in because I didn't know anything about trucking radio, but I knew there was a channel, and I tuned in, and I heard you, and let me tell you something. From day one, as a green season rookie that didn't know lug nuts from a fifth wheel, you welcomed everybody into the community with the option. You could be a steering wheel holder or you could be a stakeholder / shareholder, and I heeded your advice. I contacted my representative when I needed to and everything, and I took a vested interest in this industry, right? You lit that fire. You have always welcomed everybody. You didn't chastise anybody. You never cowered away. You saw both sides. You were in nobody's pocket whatsoever. Hell, Christmas, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Labor Day, Memorial Day, all of the days you were live when the other clowns were going to recorded material. The best of. It's like, well, that's crap. You say you support trucking, but yet first chance you get, you're going to previously recorded material while Dave Nemo and the gang is going live, giving up their time on their holiday when they're justified in being home with their family and loved ones. You're still coming out to broadcast the show. The big middle finger emoji to Sirius XM, big middle finger emoji to all the people that didn't follow you and come over, and that are and then the new pinhead who's talking all this garbage about you.
Well, you know what's funny?
I go back
Go
10
ahead.
years ago. I mean, I remember it's like coming on with Jamie Lynn and Rooster on the weekends and everything. And one last thing before I get off into the weeds. It wasn't Dave Nemo who had that guy who cried to the Supreme Court, my company fleeced me on their lease purchase program, and I had to buy all this stuff. It wasn't Dave Nemo who put him on the air, and then when people called in, actual drivers in the industry called in and said, be an adult. You signed a contract. Nobody forced you. And then the host taking those people and cutting them off, just because they wanted to score points with, hey, this poor guy over here. That's all. That's just, I've got a fire lit.
That's okay, man.
We love it.
That's okay. And the funniest thing was after I said what I said, and by the way, I will not talk about that anymore. Had to get that off my chest. Anybody's welcome to call and talk about that, and I'm happy to answer any questions. But I just felt it had to be said, and I also felt that Dave need not have to say it. And I'm just, I can't tell you how much we appreciate you. Nice little logo you came up with, by the way. Saw it on the Book of Face. If you guys are actually friends with the JB, head on over there and take a look at what that dude has cooked up. It really is groovy, and it's good to see people kind of rallying it to you. Jerry, we got to drop Dean Croak in from London just to get a sense of where we're headed next, brother. But you couldn't have started off the day better for us.
Thanks. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you 1,000+ million times, Kerry.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
We're going to bounce on over to our good friend Dean Croak. Who are you still in London, dude? Are you still in merry old England?
I am deep in fog and rain. Surprise, surprise.
I am. I got to tell you what I was like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about when you and I got a chance to talk on the interwebs to find out that you actually went to a rugby match where we actually had a rematch of the Falklands War. Is that what you saw?
I did, yeah. They went at it yesterday. Yeah, who knew? What was that? 1982. Margaret Thatcher decided they wanted to have a fight over a patch of land, way down off Argentina, off South America. But it was a battle. I mean, it wasn't a great game of rugby by any stretch of the imagination. But the autumn or fall International Rugby Series is a spectacular event. If you like rugby, it's they pack 81,000 people into Twickenham, which is like a rugby cathedral. It's like the home of rugby here in England. It's but the British do sporting events on a whole nother level. Like they move people, like the way they move people, they shut down streets and they literally shut off streets so people can walk along streets to the train station. And you have to see people moving in England. It's a whole nother level of sports entertainment. It's just it's something to be seen. But for us, or for me in particular, it was a bucket list item to go to a rugby event, at an international rugby event in particular at Twickenham. So it was great to watch the last of the autumn nationals here in England. Now it's back to regular club rugby each weekend through winter here, but it was great to see last night here in England.
Dino, make you laugh. So when we went to go see the Saints play the Vikings, at Tottenham Stadium, one of the funniest things that every single one of the Americans, and I've been to see soccer matches, but every single one of the Americans who'd never been to London before, who joined Brad Bentley and I, all of them said, I have never gotten out of a stadium that fast in my life.
Correct.
They were like, I have never logistically, after going to games in Alabama, and Dean's right, they actually have on the street, they have those barricades that are in the ground, and they raise up. And, I mean, they basically watching the flow of traffic, watching people cross and move. We didn't realize that we almost walked all the way back to our hotel before we got an Uber because the pathway to get there was that fast. We were suddenly at where we needed to be that we didn't even have to get an Uber. It is literally a logistical it's ingenious because it all happens inside the city. A lot of American sports happen in small college towns or out in the meadowlands. Only baseball, in regards to the logistic movement of people, comes even close to what the Europeans and the British in particular achieve. It's crazy. What do you? Go ahead.
Which is surprising when you consider the amount of beer and pies that are consumed before the game. That's the astonishing part.
There's another city that does a real good job in crowd disbursement after events, and that's New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans. But then again, look, it's got that both festive carnival atmosphere, and it's got a little bit of European background. It does have a sense of that.
When Cheryl and I moved to Nashville, one of the things we noticed about the city was, golly, they need to learn how to do traffic around here, because it's pandemonium. I don't know if it's improved now, but back in the day in Nashville, it was pandemonium trying to get out of something after you've been there.
Right.
Dean, what are you doing, by the way, in England? Give people a sense of what's going on over there, and then we'll catch up on some quick stuff and let you get back to having a good time.
We're here for a wedding on Saturday, and then rugby, and we're off to just have a drive around. We're going out to Bath, have a look around the Cotswolds, up to York, have a look at, just drive around and have a look at some of the history, and then we'll be back home next Sunday. So nothing in particular, just have a look around England, retrace some of the our family roots, because as most people would know, a lot of Australians come from convict heritage. We have a deep history in transportation in my family because my great-great-great-grandfather was convicted of highway robbery in the 1700s. He got caught stealing chickens and got shipped to Australia as a convict, and started making beer in Australia. And so yes, we have a long history. Most Australians came from convict heritage, so originally started here in England. So we're sort of looking to at least trace some of our roots.
It's funny, Dean. You and I, Dave, and I. Although Dave is originally from, you guys are Illinois or Mississippi, Dave?
I was born in Illinois.
Yeah.
Raised in Mississippi.
Yeah, so the joke we all make is that, Dean, you and I actually come from lands of paupers and thieves who actually managed to elevate themselves to high-class people, because the city of New Orleans was also a big, giant dumping ground for debtors and people literally one step ahead of the sheriff. I totally get it. As we head into this 81.8 million people traveling, what are you looking forward to this week? Do you think it's going to be a quiet week?
I think it'll be a quiet week freight-wise, if that's sort of where we're heading with sort of the discussion. There was a lot of activity last week. Although rates were fairly flat, I think this week will be one of those crazy weeks in transport, because everyone is trying to get everyone home. For dispatchers and people in operations, this is one of the hardest weeks in trucking for people in the back office, trying to get everyone home. It's one of the hardest weeks, sort of those radius of operations really shorten up as everyone tries to get everyone home. So these are tough weeks. But we saw a lot of activity last week. Our load post volumes were skyrocketing last week as brokers tried to get all of these loads onto load boards, to find trucks, to get everybody sort of where they needed to be. But things have quietened down this week substantially. Rates were largely flat last week, which kind of surprised me. I thought they would go up a little bit more, but they didn't. There's still this excess capacity in the market. Refrigerated rates, though, did go up. So that's good news, but again, not surprising, because it is a refrigerated market right now with all of the turkeys and Christmas trees moving. But really, to be a real sort of story, I think on the West Coast, there was a lot of activity on the West Coast, a lot of tight capacity all the way from Seattle all the way down through Fresno and San Diego. So a lot of, if anybody's out there hauling refrigerated trailers on the West Coast, a lot of good volumes and rates out there. So it's really a West Coast story this time of the year. Some good rates in the Midwest, but I think between now and this weekend, anybody out there that's looking to run miles over Thanksgiving, I think there'll be some really good rates for those that do elect to stay out this weekend with reefers.
We're not going to take up too much more of your time. You're having too good of a time out there. And I think there's a Canterbury Tales Museum in Bath in honor of the wife of Bath. Mm-hmm. I remember my mom, dad, and my whole family, they actually came across to visit me. Patrick My brother, who's the Marine, had just come back from Iraq, and I was over there covering a lot of the events over there. They all came to meet us on a family vacation there. And so we got a chance to head on over to Bath, and there was this really kind of, I think it's there. I don't remember everything about that trip because I was still drinking at the time, and anybody going to England who likes to drink can find plenty of opportunity in the very early 90s. I'm going to let you get back to the rest of your world, Dean. Thank you for dropping in. Happy Monday, and enjoy the rest of your time in merry old England.
Yes, say good day to Chuck Snow and Bobby McDonald. Can't wait to hear them on the radio this morning.
It's going to be lots of fun. Thank you, sir. It's good talking to you.
All right.
Thank you,
Dean.
Before we get to the phone, one more call, by the way, Dave. Top of the morning from Trucker Bosun. No, he's over in England, not wrong country. Although he does mention Notre Dame later, saying they're the team that nobody wants to play now, Dave. I don't know if you've been seeing this. Nobody wants to play Notre Dame. Did you hear what happened this weekend?
I did not.
70-7.
Whoa.
They won 70-7 against Syracuse. It was 21-0 before the Irish offense touched the football. Opening play, interception return for a touchdown. Syracuse runs 3 plays. The same guy that intercepted the ball blocks the punt, sends it airborne. The guy catches it out of the air and runs into the end zone, 14-0. Syracuse gets the ball back. It runs 2 plays, drops back on 3rd down. Leonard Wood steps in front of a pass and walks into the end zone. 5.5 minutes into the game, and it's 21-0. You know your boy Jeremiah Love, Dre? Mm-hmm. He only had 8 carries. He scored 3 touchdowns and ran for 171 yards.
I'm going to find that game and watch it, even though I know what the score is.
Well, the best thing you can do now, just like you can do for us on YouTube, is that you can get condensed content. Mm-hmm. So you can look up highlights, Notre Dame, Syracuse. I'll send it to you on the link. But the same thing with us. Like if people talk about my rant, most people didn't hear it that morning. They've heard it in replay. Mm-hmm. And that's kind of how it works around here.
It's the best of both worlds.
It's the best of all worlds. We're really everywhere.
Is. It's amazing.
All the time. Dre, who do we got on the phone?
Well, we got 2. We got Walking Eagle and 3.5.
We'll go to Walking Eagle. We'll do the national anthem, the pledge. We got time to get to 3.5 because we don't start breaker back talk. We got some working room
time
here. So go ahead, Walking Eagle. What's happening, brother? Good morning.
Cranberries, buddy.
Morning. Well, I'm going to have to kick our boy under the scrum and scream All Blacks if he's going to be talking about rugby.
Well done. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm not planning on being home till my anniversary in December, so I'll be running both holidays.
Okay.
Here's the big debate, and it happens every year. Cranberry relish or cranberry jelly?
Oh man, I like the form-fitting jelly. I got to tell you, a lot of.
I'm a relish guy, but I get it. I get both of them, man. And by the way, the jelly, the form-filling jelly, is great on turkey sandwiches. It's great.
What goes the relish?
Have you guys heard about this new thing? I think it's Heinz or Hunt's.
I've heard about it. They make ketchup, don't they?
They make the ketchup. No, but they have a new thing now. It's leftover gravy, leftover turkey gravy in a squeeze bottle.
Wow.
I saw this report on TV yesterday. There was a show on television called Friends. And one of the guys on Friends was talking about this great sandwich that his sister or somebody, his mom made. It was a leftover turkey sandwich after Thanksgiving, and she put a piece of white bread soaked in gravy in the middle of the sandwich. And he said, it's the moisture maker. And Hunt's or Heinz put that on the bottle, moisture maker. It sounds disgusting.
Well, the thing is, though, and
for some reason.
Remind me on the other side of the break to talk about debris sandwiches all across the city of New Orleans. But I want to make sure we give the last word to Walking Eagle before we hit the pledge and national anthem. What's on your mind, brother? What you got going on?
I just want everybody to be safe and have a happy holiday season.
That's a great drop-in, by the way. And that's the question of the day. Our good friend, Walking Eagle, we're going to ask every single guest, the all 11 guests that come on this morning, whether they want to go with cranberry jelly or cranberry relish. Thank you, Walking Eagle.
Yep. Have a good day, guys.
You too as
Bye.
well. Dave, take
you
a deep
for
breath.
that.
We have enough time to do this, actually?
Yeah, it'll segue us right into the break.
Fantastic. Dave, take a deep breath with me on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John. Brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, I just want to say this. I know this is the week of Thanksgiving, and I just want to share with you. A lot of you ladies and gentlemen are committed to the devotion that you listen each and every week, and we say thank you for that. But I also want to tell you, be careful out there. Be safe. We need you back out on the road. Don't put yourself in harm's way as it relates to this holiday week, because a lot of people are going to be on the road. A lot of people are going to be driving as if they're the only one on the road. And I need for you, ladies and gentlemen, to be safe out there, because we need you, because we need to keep our country going, and we need you to be safe out there with people that are going to be a lot of people driving that shouldn't be driving, but some state gave them an opportunity, so we can't take that freedom away from them. But hey, be real careful out there. In Genesis chapter 9, verse 3, it says, every moving thing that lives shall be food for you. And as I gave you the green plants, I give you everything. Genesis chapter 9, verse 3 talks about the beginning. It talks about how God has given us food to eat, and how God has given us the ability to be able to eat and be able to enjoy the stuff that He's allowed to grow and allowed to have life, that He allows us to be able to be strengthened with and be able to enjoy. So my brothers and sisters, as you prepare for this week, please, please, please enjoy yourselves, but also be careful as you navigate through this week. God bless you, my brothers and sisters. Be safe.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you're right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
It is the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans because Brad Bentley and company are out there helping onboard veterans and all kinds of people into the next generation of trucking and all sorts of trades and skills. You can go to fastport.com or nationalapprenticeship.org and find out more about them. We're getting some stuff kind of... I actually put an order in this morning, Dave, for the Fastport neon signs.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm going to have some Fastport neon signs around here. By the way, there's a big pie debate happening right now. I want to get to this really quickly. Jerry, of course, says rice dressing. By the way, people are now asking questions like yamalo or green bean casserole, mirliton dressing.
So yamalo, is that a thing?
I feel like it's a song in a Disney movie.
Yeah.
Pumpkin or pecan, Paranormal Pie Man. And by the way, he's the expert. After all, his pies are out of this world. You like that? Apple, mincemeat pie from Trucker Bosun.
What is mincemeat?
Mincemeat. It's a lot of stuff.
Does it have pork in it? Does mincemeat have pork in
it? Does mincemeat have pork? With a scoop of ice cream and a tall glass of hand-hurting cold milk. Oh, I like that phraseology right there. Marshall says, I eat what's on the plate. I'm always a guest and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. And of course, Touchdown Tara Gara says, Pie Man knows best. We got 2 calls right now. The first of which is 3.5, correct? And we've also got the turtle on here. What do we got, Trey?
Oh, man, we got 3.5, we got turtle, and there is pork and mincemeat.
Okay.
Is there? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Want to make sure. I don't want to be telling you stuff I don't know the answer to. Oh yeah, of course there's pork. What are you talking about? Hey, 3.5. What's happening? Good morning. How is our favorite recovery specialist? How you doing,
good morning
man?
to Tara as well.
You sound
Hey,
good.
okay.
Did you get a new phone? Wow.
Yeah.
Man.
But this is my annual call to Dave to remind the drivers, even though you're having a great Thanksgiving, the bad guys are out there trying to steal your cargo. So when you park them trailers and go home to eat, every now and then go check your loads. If you're stuck in truck stops doing your 36 or 34 and you're parked in the back row, every now and then get out and check them loads because they're just waiting for you to drop your guard so they can steal your stuff for Christmas.
It's kind of strange. And I can't find it now. It was either on LinkedIn or Facebook, but Atri put up a thing about securing your loads and being careful about what you're talking about. And it was this small list of things that I never drove a truck, but I learned this stuff 50 plus years ago. It was like, try to park up against a fence or something, or make sure you have a padlock on your doors, or
don't.
All of these little things that everybody does, but it's not. And I made a comment. I said, in this age of computerized security systems and cameras and robot dogs and patrolling drones, old school is still the rule.
You bet. And just because you don't have, Apple Watches or whiskey on board, don't mean they won't steal pecans and diapers or whatever you might be hauling.
Oh, yeah.
So every load's precious.
By the way, I have found, guys, this is just a little pro tip from me based on another life I had. The best security system is actually be sitting in the passenger seat with a snub-nosed 357. Man, I got to tell you, nobody messes with your stuff at that point. You know what I'm saying? The Bob Houck special. Just sit there and it's like, hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? But it's the absolute truth. There's so many. And the other thing is, too, is that, look, anybody that wants to really get your stuff, if you walk away, they're going to get your stuff. But most criminals are about opportunity. How easy is this to get it? And the more stuff that you can put in their way that tells them, this ain't worth it, I'm going to run out of time, they're going to get back out here before I finish my job. It really is about making yourself the least attractive option in the lot. Because yeah, go ahead.
Well, it doesn't mean you can't save your neighbor, too. If you're sitting in a truck and you see something going on, 2 trucks down that ain't right, say something.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, just sometimes walking in and being like, "Hey, I don't know who's driving the truck, but I know the two guys messing with the door aren't. Can somebody do something about this?" It really is. It's that situation. By the way, this I think, even more so than Memorial Day, I think this is the most dangerous driving week of the year in the United States. I think I think this week is the most dangerous driving week, and I think it actually amplifies your point. I think that because they know a lot of people, it's worse than Christmas. I know people say, well, there's presents in the back. There will never be more opportunities to steal from more people than on the road than there are this week. And so everybody's got to look out for everybody else. It's a good point. It's well said.
Mm-hmm. Two other quick comments, and I'll back out here and let everybody else get in. One is, in my struggle to get out of high school, the motto that I put under my senior picture for the annual album or whatever annual was that you have not convinced a man because you have silenced him, and I think that applies to Dave.
I'm convinced.
And then the other thing is, when it comes to that cranberry stuff, I vote for cranberry margaritas.
Cranberry margarita. No,
Sold.
Okay, no wait. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Is that true?
No, it's a real thing.
It's a thing.
That's a real thing.
Okay,
yeah.
I didn't.
By the way, Dave, I can tell you
quench your thirst and cure your kidneys all at the same time.
But what's really kind of exactly. You also, by the way, you can't convince a man by silencing him, but you can convince a man by giving him a cranberry margarita.
Yeah,
that's the absolute truth. Thank you, 3.5. It's good to talk to you. Best of days, and we'll talk to you before them. But happy Thanksgiving. Have a great week too, man. Thank you, sir. Bye. It's that time. Touchdown Tara, Turtle Tara, Touchdown Tara, Turtle Tara, hallelujah.
Tea time.
Wow. I'm here. I feel lifted by that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Be energized.
Dave's going to do his Joe Cocker impersonation now. He'll lift us up where we belong. Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I love that.
I was going to say we get by with a little help from our friends.
Thanks. I've been working on that.
Yeah, I'm going to do Jennifer Carnes now. I'll do the backup for you. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, I love it. Guys, we have, oh my gosh. I'll be honest. I did this copy for this segment on Friday, and the amount of comments that have rolled in since then is staggering. So we will have a full part 2, of course, on Monday, and we're going to get into all of the Dave Nemo betrayal, ATA pocket, all of the things that you guys are talking about.
In their pocket, he's Dave Nemo. In their pocket, he's Dave Nemo. Hallelujah. Go ahead.
It is so weird to have all of this happening at this point. All of this controversy and all of these.
It never was your métier either. You were always the guy just kind of kind of grooving through, doing your thing, never mixing it up. But you've always been the guy who's been at that kind of central fulcrum point. And I got to tell you, I learned a lot from you in regards to when you're up, you need to stay up. But you also, I hope you've learned a little bit from me in that when you're down, come out swinging.
Yeah.
Because, man, we took a shot. What do you got, Tara? Go on.
Okay. Like I said, we're going to get to all that next week because it is a lot. We got Dan Ronan dropping in. We got Bandit. We got Trucker Boat. We got so many people dropping in on that conversation. So let's move into a little more lighthearted, what I had planned for this before all of this hit the fan over the weekend. So, okay, a listener shared a photo of your plaque at the ATHS Hall of Fame and added, "And Dave Nemo has been along for the ride to keep us company and informed." And then John S. commented on that post and said, "I met Dave at a truck show in Dallas. I met Charlie Douglas at a truck stop in Georgia doing a remote broadcast." And then Don Max Cross said, "The first time I met Dave was at a restaurant that was between the 76 truck stop and the road leading to 177 in Charlotte, North Carolina. He gave me an autographed picture. It's been moved from Indiana to Longmont, Colorado to Carlisle, PA, and back home again in Indiana after 51 years of trucking, and a copy is on both sides of my truck," which we know and we love. And then a user commented back on this also, and this is user Gumbo Yaya Radio Show. Love that.
Yeah.
And said, I loved it. Tuned in Gaudier, Mississippi. And I actually listened on an AM what is it? Transistor? Is it transistor radio?
Oh my goodness. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on just a moment.
Put the brakes on.
You've never heard the term transistor radio before? Isn't that amazing? It's just
By the way, you're not. We're not being like you're an idiot.
No,
we're not being you're an idiot.
It's just
No, I didn't know if it was transmitter or transistor. I
It's
think there was
transistor.
a little bit of a typo there, so I didn't know which one they were
Do you
going for.
remember? Okay, do you know what a tube is? Like a radio tube or an electronic tube that just. Hey, does that amplifier have tubes in it? Have you ever heard that before? Tubes?
Not really. I've only ever heard of like tubes in TVs. Is
Well,
the
yeah,
same
that's
thing, or
exactly
no?
Same
what we're
thing,
talking.
same thing.
Okay,
Same
okay,
thing.
okay, cool.
Those were big, they were bulky, they were glass, and they were hot. And transistors are tiny little things that replaced those. It's sort of like the digital replacement. It's like the tube was analog and the transistor is digital. You get what I'm saying? So
yes,
it's
I
very
think so.
small. They're not hot. They're compact, and that's how you can make all of these things smaller and smaller. So the transistor radio was the big thing in the 1950s, and there was a guy named Alan Sherman who was a comedian, and he did a song called "The 12 Days of Christmas," DAZE, and on the 5th day of Christmas, it was a Japanese transistor radio. Yeah. And on an upcoming, next month, on an upcoming Night Beat, I'll play that song.
Wait, by the way, did you hear what Dave's doing for Night Beat tonight? Tara, have you heard this yet?
No, tell me.
Tell him. It's
Jimmy Mac's idea.
I'm really pleased.
Live versions of hit songs or hit songs that were only the live version. There was no studio version of the hit song. It just was live. So it's alive.
It's
edition.
alive. It's alive.
I love that.
Frankenstein, 1935. It's alive.
It's alive. Dave, can you give us a little hint? Anything coming?
Something on the list that you might not expect?
Or anything. Just anything. Just spit it out.
I'll tell you what, we're going to start off. There was no way I could not do. In fact, I really wanted to play a third song by him, but it was 11 minutes long. I thought, well, I can't do that. Maybe I will one day, though. But we'll start off the show with Peter Frampton, and we'll end the show with Peter Frampton.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
I think you know what's happening there.
Oh, we got a little echo going on.
Wow, what happened? Wow,
I don't know. It's crazy.
Sounds like we're on stage.
Hey, Tara, can you talk for us? Oh, we lost Tara, too. Hey, can you guys hear us? Hey, I need a little Phone Master Dre in here right now, dude. He gave me a big thumbs up, and the moment he walked out, all the things went sideways. Oh, there you are, Tara. Good to have you
Tara's
back.
Okay.
Tara, good to have you back. That was crazy.
I don't know what happened.
Could you hear us?
I couldn't hear anything, no.
That was crazy, man. That was crazy.
Well,
we got all these echoes. It's just nuts. So, okay, so I'm sorry. Dave is actually going to, you hear what just happened, Ray? It was crazy. We were echoing, and we couldn't hear Tara, and now everything is back. It was like nuts, dude. I think the Gremlins from the Kremlin and the Friends of Hugo Chavez and
Space Radio's coming for us.
I know. Dr. Philostratus has had about enough of me.
I poked my head in and gave a thumbs up, and he's like, yeah, we're good.
By the way, did you hear what Dr. Philostratus said about me, Tara?
It's like since Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, golly.
I have grafted myself onto Dave's legacy. Wow.
Oh, wow. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that what the kids are saying?
That's what the newfangled technologies are saying. I mean, I grafted myself, you know.
Wow.
My favorite comment was, it all went downhill when Jimmy joined it. I'm like, I joined 10 years ago, the same time Diver Driver joined. It took me 10 years to screw this thing up.
Yes. It's been a very long time.
It's been a great plan. It's all come together.
Claire Marie will be with us 20 years.
20 years. 20 years of Claire
Wow.
Marie. Boy, she's screwed things up. Took her a long time, but she finally did it. I mean, good God Almighty.
I'm trying. I'm trying my best.
Well, okay. So
I'll get there.
So Dave is going to be opening. In case you didn't hear that, Dave is going to be opening the show with Peter Frampton and closing with Peter Frampton, which sets up one of the nastiest jokes of all time. Not like dirty, but like mean spirited. They were talking to Don Henley and Glenn Fry, trying to figure out when they wrote a song, and he goes, "Yeah, I think it was '77." He goes, "Yeah, it was when Frampton came alive for like 5 minutes." Brutal. Brutal.
No, it was 11 minutes.
I want you to show me the way. Show us the way, Tara. Go on.
Well, still from Gumbo Yaya radio show, like they said they were listening on the AM transistor radio, but hidden under their pillow because the show came on after their bedtime. And so their mother wouldn't allow them to. So they would hide it under their pillow and says, "Do you remember the Trucker's Chuckle segment?"
Oh, yeah. In fact, we've incorporated that into Nightbeat as well. So we have 2 comedy routines on the program we're going to do today. Record today.
Fun. They also said that Dave Nemo show and Charlie Douglas are the reason that they wanted to be a DJ and the reason why they have their own show today, the Gumbo Yaya radio show. We'll have to see if we can cross collab.
Dave, Dave, what was the logic behind taking the music away from you on Sirius? When they explained it to you, what was their logic?
I think it was I don't know exactly what the true crux was, but I think it was monetary because it costs a lot of money to play music on the radio. You have a lot of licensing fees.
Yeah, but they have all their other channels though.
Yeah,
they play tons of music, and I mean, I don't think it was that at all. That's not what I think it was. I think the idea was we want to get these guys across our entire platform. We want them exposed to all the other stuff here. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Tara. Go on.
I think you're right. But we'll go on.
We'll go on.
Katie Fitzpatrick from Trimble commented on the conference photos that we posted and said it was so great having Radio Nemo at the Insight this year, and thanked you guys for the broadcast on site and connecting with experts. And if anyone missed that coverage, every interview, as always, is on the YouTube channel, but the 2-hour-long segments from the conference are also on there if you kind of want that longer listen podcast feel as well. I know you guys had a great time at that event.
That event was so different from any other event we had ever been to. Andre and Jim and I walked through the thing. There was a lot of they had 2 ping pong tables set up in there, and guys were playing ping pong. They had all kinds of games. They had coloring books, beignets.
Oh wow!
Yeah. They did something very cool. At the truck shows, if you go to Matt's. They'll have some presentations sometimes, and somebody will be on stage, and they'll have a microphone, and the people are sitting around. Well, they did that here, but they had these like little tree stumps, and they were little stools. In fact, I fooled around with them. The top was a lid. They were cushioned and really cool. And people would sit on these in front of the screen, and then the people up front would have their microphone headsets on, but the people in the audience would have headsets on. And they all glowed red. There was another group in another area had blue headsets. So you could go to the presentations right there in the middle of everything, but not bother or intrude on other people's.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
You wouldn't have people projecting. There was, like I said,
Yeah.
the one with the campfire. They had everybody sitting around the campfire, which was a fake campfire. It wasn't like a real flame. It was like this kind of electric light campfire, and you
But
put
the
your
marshmallows were fake.
yeah, and that
It's like a silent DJ.
Dave.
Like how you can go to a silent DJ.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. By the way, Dave, all marshmallows are fake. There is nothing in them that is real.
Oof.
I just want
Hard hitter.
to point this out. This is an absolute proof. I mean, tell me what is real other than like pig hooves. Just think about that, guys. Pig hooves.
Ooh.
No, there are vegan marshmallows. You are not ingesting animal product, but you're not ingesting any product. I think, as a matter of fact, there might be a floating garbage dump of marshmallows in the middle of the Pacific Ocean someplace. Everybody needs to be real careful out there today.
Gosh.
Just. By the way, Marshall Platter says Joe sent me the clown's response. Lame. Love you, Marshall.
Lame.
Lame. By the way, guys,
Loser.
just really quickly, he still hasn't responded to the actual accusation. Like I said, I'm out here grafting things. I'm grafting. Dave,
Yes.
by the way, I'm on Dave's leg right now. I've grafted myself onto Dave's leg.
I got a Jimmy leg.
I got a Jimmy
I
leg.
got the Jimmy on my leg.
Oh, my God. Oh, a whole lot of shaking going on. Oh.
Get off of Dave's leg and hike it in a different direction, Jimmy. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of fun, to be honest with you, because like I said, I mean, it's like, we just kind of roll on here, and it's like, okay, I got to say this one thing. By the way, big shout out to the guy who actually alerted me to what was being said. That was a really decent thing he did.
Mm-hmm.
He knows who he is. I'm not going to put him either under the bus or on top of the bus. That's his decision to make. He's doing fine. He's got a few followers himself. He's pretty well-heeled guy, and he might actually be making some more appearances on our show sooner rather than later. We're excited about that. Go on.
Thank you. David C. commented and said, "Thank you for all you do for us drivers. Thank you for giving drivers a voice, a listening ear, while at the same time keeping us up to date on the latest in the industry. For so many years, you've made us laugh and informed us at the same time. Keep up the great work." I thought that was so sweet. There was a lot of comments that were similar to that one as well. So we thank you for that. And then I found a Facebook group, and it has about 300,000 people in it, called Old School Truckers. And I have been deep diving, so I have content for this segment for probably the next 2 months. There's a lot in there about Nemo and everything, and I'm so excited. But this one, someone posted, and it was like a question, and it said, they asked everyone to name at least 3 of the all-night 50,000-watt AM stations that carried shows for truckers back in the day. And there were hundreds of comments on here, and I just wanted to do a few of them. And I think we're just going to keep pulling from this group because there's a lot about you in there, Dave. I hope you're ready. It's a lot.
I hope I'm ready.
Go on.
I hope you are too. But Brian D said, Bozo, Bill Mack, and Dave Nemo. I used to get station out of Boston and KTLA AM 1000 in Chicago. Depending on the atmosphere, you could usually search at night and get some stations. And Wayne B said, them old trucking stations were on the air years before the CB radio was available. I started driving in 59, and I went to work at 1 a.m. and had it on the radio, but AM radio just got worse as the time went by. Haven't tried AM stations in a while, all FM, but I sure played them back in those days. I can't believe some of the stuff that was played and talked about on the Bozo Show.
Back in the 50s and into the 60s, some music studio, recording studios, they have all of the gear, the big control boards and everything, but they also had a pair of 5x7. Some used 8x10, but 5x7s are really hard to get a good sound out of. Car speakers in the studio because they wanted to mix that song to make it sound its best in a typical car.
Oh, wow.
Very, very cool.
That's really cool.
I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
I
obviously.
like learning new stuff. That's newfangled stuff. By the way, there are kids screaming outside right now because school is now open for session at the school next door to us. So Dre, Dave, and I all just kind of turned our heads and leaned towards the sounds of the scream. Tara, go on. What are those people over there and those old school truckers talking about?
Richard J. said, Trucking Bozo out of Cincinnati, Ohio. David Nemo, they called you by your legal name, out of Nashville, Tennessee. And Bill Mack out of Shamrock, Texas. And then someone dropped in and said, Dave Nemo is New Orleans, not Nashville. And that sparked a little bit of back and forth. Everyone was like, no, it was. Yes, it was. And I guess it just depends on when they were listening. If they were listening all the time or in a few, a few different
for
years.
18 years. So, yeah.
So
that's older than some people.
Yeah, exactly. So someone was like, yeah, me. But yeah, so a lot of people were in the comments dropping back and forth, whether that was New Orleans or Nashville, and 2 things can be true at once, guys. And there's that. But Alan P. added, Dave is the one and only voice of the American truck driver.
Oh.
Wow.
Well, I've just been
Very
around
kind,
long enough.
but-
I've just been around longer than anybody. That's pretty much what it amounts to. I mean, really, when it all is said and done. Been able to hang on, and they're trying to hang me up, but it ain't going to happen.
Ain't going to happen. We're not going to let it happen.
I don't have any
Well,
hang-ups.
Well, Bandit has one. Bandit dropped in and said, hey guys, if you can squeeze in talking about the Tyson plant closing in Nebraska, that would be great. It affects a lot of drivers that are dedicated accounts to Tyson that go to that facility all the time.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack in there as well, and I do have thoughts. I know Dave does too. You're going to have to ask us to hold our powder dry until tomorrow. I actually am going to start the show off with a rant about it.
Perfect.
To kind of get things going. You can actually, if you want to do any social media things, Jimmy's going to talk about the Tyson plant closing, and I'm going to dig into that and kind of give a little breath into what that situation is over there. Like I said, I mean, there's some really great stuff going on the road right now. Part of the chaos of what's happening out there is, in many ways, a good thing, but the chaos isn't going to solve the underlying problems in the economy right now. There's a lot of stuff to kind of get into. By the way,
people.
Ten Ring wants
people.
to know whatever happened to AM stereo.
Oh, that's a good question, because I was in one of those idiots that bought one of those radios, man, and it was the pits.
Tell us.
It was just a waste of time.
Was it Gladys Knight?
Not the pits.
No, the pits.
Yeah, the pits.
What was the problem with it?
Well, for one thing, no stations had it. Were doing it. So there was that. And then the only station that did finally get it in New Orleans was WNOE, which was playing country music at the time. And I was playing country music on the road gang, so I really didn't want to hear more country music during the day. You know what I mean?
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So it was kind of a bummer.
Actually, I thought you wanted to sleep during the day. Or did you just never get any sleep?
That's a good question. I don't think I should be asking it.
It would explain a lot of what has happened in these last few years. I'll tell you that right now. Oh my God, we've all had periods in our life though where we didn't get any sleep. I mean, you know that one. Oh my God, that's the worst. And then you suddenly realize about 6 months in that you haven't slept since the Second World War when you were at D-Day.
I feel like that's how I met you, Jimmy. I feel like I met you in that period of your life.
At D-Day? Yeah, it really was.
Yes.
You know, Dave was at D-Day. That was one of the questions. Somebody who used to work for us once asked him. He's like, "Why do y'all make such a big deal of D-Day around here? Were you there or something?"
I'm like, oh.
Yes, yes, D-Day. Yes, when God said, "Let there be light," Dave actually gave the go to hit the beaches. Yeah, Dave was there. Tara, we're out of time. We love you.
Whoa.
I know you got a stack of stuff coming your way. We love you. Have the best of days. There's nothing you can do about it.
Hey, I love you guys. Have a great rest of the show, and get ready and buckle up for next Nemo Nation, because it's going to be rowdy.
We love you too, Tara. Terrific.
It's going to probably be even. By the way, you realize, of course, you're setting yourself up for a whole lot more comments, because that post keeps getting liked, and all those posts keep getting liked, and all those comments keep filling out. And Driver opened us up literally with his own version of a rant. Get out of here. Hit the brakes, kiddo.
Bye.
Bye. We've already had Dean Croak, and of course that's Tara Garris, Touchdown Turtle for Breaker Back Talk. Jamie Jones, Eric Ludy, Matt Beach. Matt Beach is a maniac. Can't wait to talk to that guy. He's got a little Harry Potter to work into trucking as well. That guy is coming. They're all coming. Buckle up. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Go to truckdown.com, because after all, they're serving all of the states and 9 of the provinces. They've been doing it for,
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
We're back on Nemo Nation with another fast-paced Fastport Studios half hour.
We are, by the way, back on Nemo Nation, of course. I told you guys who's coming up in this half hour, but Tevin Taylor is going to be here at 6:30. He'll be followed by our friend Chuck Snow. You guys heard that Dean was excited about Chuck making his appearance. Bobby McDonald is going to be at the top of the next hour, followed by our friend, Mike Roth. And speaking of friends, Rebecca Brewster is doing an early edition of Atri on the Air. Very excited about that. And then we're going to actually bring Meredith Oaks on the show. Meredith Oaks is going to be on the show. Really looking forward to talking to her. And then we're going to end the segment with a special edition of Washington Trucking Week, as Louie and I will dig into giving thanks.
Special day, didn't
it? It's
an
amazing day because we're Jerry, I hate to break the bad news to you, but we can't afford. We used to be able to do all those Thanksgiving, Christmas shows. We will have a big Christmas Eve show. We just can't do it anymore because we don't have the staff. We don't have the old platform, which means that we can't just do the show and kind of do it and keep you guys together. Hopefully, as the money starts rolling in, the sponsors start showing up. That's a big thing you guys can do, by the way, is you can remind all the people who love to say, oh, we love Dave Nemo. It's like, well, then give him some money. Not you. You guys do great. Get on top of those sponsors. Get on top of the companies you work for and say something big is brewing down in the city of New Orleans, just minutes away from the birthplace of trucking radio. Normally, when we play this music, I have Dre scream breaking news, but why don't you do the honors, play the music, and then you say the name of the next guest as if they were the breaking news. Take it away, Phone Master Dre.
Jamie Jones!
Oh my God, it's Jamie Jones, now the head honcho in complete charge of Landline over there. It's good to have you. Good morning. Welcome to the middle of the action known as Nemo Nation. It's Jamie Jones, Dave. Jamie Jones.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, how are you guys doing?
We are wondermous. How about yourself?
Hey, doing good. It's a gloomy day, but we've got a short day, 3-day week in the office, but that doesn't mean that there's not a lot of work to do this week for all of our listeners and readers. So we're going to have 3 action-packed days, that's for sure.
Jamie, I'm going to make you very happy. Down 20-9 against Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. Somehow Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift's husband managed to escape the wrath because their defense buckled down and allowed the Chiefs to pull one out yesterday. You must have been delighted.
I was so relieved. I can't even begin to tell you. I was looking at the Colts defense through that fourth quarter, and those poor guys were so tired. We put up over 200 some odd yards of offense in that fourth quarter. I mean, they played a full game in the fourth quarter.
Oh, it's crazy. It was crazy football. There was a lot of crazy football that went on. I was telling people, I don't know if you know this, there was a running back for Notre Dame. He had 8 carries. He had 171 yards and 3 touchdowns on 8 carries. Let that sink in. That's insane. That's insane. There's a lot of insane stuff going on right now, Jamie. So here's the basic question. What do you guys do, given the fact that you are a news organization and you have a couple of days off coming to you, actually probably about a half a day? How do you deal with breaking news on a Thursday? What do you do? What happens? What goes on?
Hey, we have a great example, and I'll give mad props to Tyson Fisher, our associate editor. I don't know if you remember back, it seems like it was ages ago, but the beneficial information or BOI, beneficial ownership information forms that everybody needed to fill out and turn in by the end of the year. There was so much back and forth over Christmas and that week in between New Year's with court cases and everything that literally Tyson turned an article in at like 1:30 a.m. Christmas Eve morning. Shot me a text. I was up that next morning throwing an edit on it, getting the art ready, and we were up and going on Christmas Eve morning. So when it's big news, we will find a way.
And when you find that way, how do you then start to kind of process that and put that together? I mean, if people are all over the place, how do you find that way?
Well, I think we were actually well equipped during COVID that we were able to do some hybrid stuff and not have an office full of sick people and things like that. So we got really good at working remote. But the reason we were able to adapt to it so well is we did travel a lot more than we do now. And you're just used to working remote, anything from a laptop on your lap in an airport to, crammed into a bullpen with 15 other reporters jockeying over one outlet. You learn how to adapt and get the news done. And we all came from that kind of 24/7 ferocious news cycle. Even though we were in print, there were certain stories that couldn't wait. And we know that, and that's what we signed up for. It's just because, it's 5:30, sorry, office is closed, we're going home. You never hear the landline team say that. They're always making sure that we have, a lid on it for the day, as far as we know, before anybody starts, heading out. So it's something we're really committed to, and I appreciate the question because, when you're working over holiday weekends, we worked over Labor Day because we had a website crash one year and had to put a website back together. We've had companies close over Christmas. Aero Trucking, years ago, we worked over Christmas. So it's not unheard of when we work well together as a team. And whoever has kids and plans, we work around those plans, and they'll take over so somebody else can have a break and go be with their family for a while. So it's just a good team, and we are committed to making sure that we have the news right and to you when they need it.
It's kind of interesting, Jamie, that I'm hearing. I've always tried to parallel things, the studio and the cab of the truck kind of being similar, that sort of thing. But you're reminding me of the old bumper sticker for trucking. Job one is getting the job done, whatever it takes to get the job done, and that takes precedent over everything. And true journalism, that is the credo. I mean, it's an emergency situation every day, because stuff is coming at you every day. And if you don't get it out there, somebody misses something that might be really important to them.
Right. And, and that we're always mindful of that. I mean, we evaluate the news and the workload and what can wait a day, what has to go today, all of that's always taken into consideration. But I don't know, I love the fact that I can just kind of throw the bat signal out there and they're all texting and calling and going, okay, what do we need to do? And we'll have a virtual meeting and divvy up who can do what quickly so we can, get it out there so everybody knows what's going on. And they're just all so committed to the job. But like I said, Tyson, when I was looking at timestamps on stories, it was like, you might want some sleep over your holiday break, dude. This is getting a little ridiculous. But because I think there were 3 changes in less than 3 days, in less than 36 hours that he had to chase over the Christmas break.
Well, and by the way, you're making me think of the old night desk. I know it still exists in a lot of newspapers, but you, Dave, and I, and a lot of our listeners are going to know exactly what I mean when I say the night desk. We have less of a need for a night desk because we are so interconnected that people can track stuff from their home. Remember people listening to the police radio, people listening to the fire radio, and all that kind of stuff, waiting for breaking news off the wire. And I had a friend of mine who was a really great editor, but his job, he was the Times-Picayune, now the New Orleans Advocate, night desk worker. He would go in for the late shift and he would just sit there at a desk, like checking every single thing. I mean, listening
to the police radio,
listening for murders, listening for fire, listening for even home, burglaries, carjackings, but also kind of checking the national news. I mean, he was the only
gang on in the background.
The road gang on in the background. He was the only low-level staffer that had the direct number to the editor in chief. He could call him. he could call him and be like, you got to get down here right now. Although the editor-in-chief never slept either, as you well know, Jamie. Okay, we got time for one more question. What do you got cooking in the next 3 days that people should keep their eye on?
Oh my word. That's more Louis will have more insight for that when he's on, but it really, we're just still non-domiciled and English language proficiency are definitely the two that are dominating the news cycle, but we're watching some pretty significant road closures for those who are going to be out over the holiday weekend, that they're going to take advantage of more holiday traffic. I don't know what's going on, but it seems like we got a lot of big bridges closing on truck routes and stuff, so we're going to be continuing to watch that. Not the sexiest of news, but it's that stuff that makes your life easier if you stay in tune with it.
Well, with 81.8 million people hitting the road this week, that actually is the kind of sexy news people need. Show a little bit of bridge, lift that leg, and show a little bit of bridge. Jamie, we got to let you go. We love you. Of course, you guys know Landline.media. Jamie Jones is the head honcho over there at Landline. She runs that that morning circus and that afternoon zoo. That is Landline. Jamie, we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Landline's managing editor Jamie Jones has joined us. Thank you, Boo. Did we lose her? Well, we'll just have to kind of pivot as Nemo Nation kind of fast forwards through life and existence.
I spoke too soon. Dave Nemo with you. Jimmy Mack is here, of course, and Phone Master Dre on the job. And we're going to welcome Eric Ludy to the program to talk about the logistics of moving the cheese for the holidays. Fantastic. The planning, the logistics, thank you very much, the planning and logistics, and lessons they've learned. Eric Ludy is one of the guys who is one of the Cheese Brothers, cheesebrothers.com. Fantastic website, Eric. Good morning.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, thanks for being had. It's great to talk to you here this morning. Obviously, this is your busy time of year, but you guys keep it rolling, 365 every year, of course. How did you guys get started in the cheese business, and who are the brothers?
Well, I'll start there. We're not actually brothers. We're brothers in our bond over cheese.
Of course.
But we're not brothers.
The brotherhood of cheese, yeah.
But my family's been in the cheese business over 100 years up here in Northwest Wisconsin. I grew up working in cheese factories. My dad did it. My grandpa did it. My great-grandpa from Switzerland came over to this part of the country and started it. So we've been in the business for a long time, but only recently, I started this business about 10 years ago, and only recently did we get into e-commerce back in during the pandemic back in 2020 is when we really got into it.
Really quickly, can you kind of talk about that transition as well? I mean, we know with the inciting incident in 2020 that gets you there, but you guys make a really rapid move from being at farmers markets and festivals and suddenly entirely being able to run the business from e-commerce. Talk about what that looks like, because some people usually head in the opposite direction where they often have an online business and then they feel the need to kind of go bigger in regards to geographical space. You guys went bigger in regards to online space. Talk about that real quick, how you were able to make that transition.
Well, I'll tell you what, we were a small business then, and I had a trailer that I would haul to farmers markets. I used to go to 40 cities a year, and that shut down overnight back then. And what I did was my dad cleared out his garage. I moved out to his place, and we parked a refrigerated trailer out front, and we were hauling pickup truckloads of shipments into the local post office. That's what we were doing back then. Now we have a fulfillment center, a warehouse, a whole crew of people doing it. But it truly started out of a garage.
Isn't that
Wow.
interesting? That
Yeah.
basically you covered more geography when you weren't an online business, but now that you are an online business, you need more kind of fixed geography to make it work. You actually need a center, right?
Correct. I went from traveling the whole country myself, driving on the road with it was a refrigerated van. I used to drive as far as Arizona, Florida, and now I stay in one place, which is good because I have two kids at home. So so yeah, we reach more people doing it this way.
Sure.
So that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of ironic, isn't it? But I want to circle back. 40 cities in a year. That's a lot. I mean, did you ever get home?
No, I didn't.
I'm literally right. Yeah.
I kind of miss it. It was I liked being on the road. It was fun, but it's I guess maybe I believe in fate a little bit because it was starting to get tiresome by the time I was done, and then there was an inciting incident that grounded us, and it made us focus on actually building the business for the long haul.
Really quickly, I want to point out there's a personal connection here. Our co-host, Lindsay Lawler, is a massive fan of cheese. One of our regular listeners and a friend of the show sent her Cheese Brothers, actually sent that to her, and that's how we kind of got turned on and tuned into you guys. This is the time of year, right? I mean, this is it right now. This is the starter pistol kind of goes off maybe a week or so beforehand, but this is when you really kind of get things kind of cooking and moving. How do you do it? I mean, what is it like to ship cheese everywhere and to be ubiquitous cheese men in everybody's home for the holidays? How do you make it happen logistically?
That's our biggest challenge of the year. We go from I think of our business in two. We have 11 months, and then we have December, and we go from in the off season, I call it, doing a few thousand shipments a month, to December doing 60% of our volume in 1 month. And how you do it is we have a facility, we have a fulfillment center, a pick and pack room that looks obscenely large for most of the year, and there's like 4 people in there, to filling it up with 30, 40, sometimes even up to 50 people doing packaging in the peak season. So the peak would be the week about 10 days from Christmas. That's the peak of the season. And just churning it out as fast as you can. How we do it is we're still a family business, essentially. The crew I have has a network of family and friends that they love to come in for the holidays. It's sort of a tradition. So we make it fun for everybody. We play music. We bring in food every day. And we basically just have a big party for December, and we get it done.
Guys, go to cheesebros.com and share the love of Wisconsin. It is a groovy website, by the way. And when you look at it, you might want to order for people you love. Of course, you might just be selfish and say, hey, you know what? I need to test this product first just to make sure it's okay. You might want to give it a little test out as well, too. Let me ask you a question. What kind of music you guys play?
Oh, man, everything. When I'm in there, I like to play. I like the Beatles. You know, I like the classics, but the others. It depends on who's running the controls that day. So
yeah, they might be playing Mean Mr. Mustard. It goes well with a lot of products they have there, by the way, Dave.
There you go. That's very good. Yeah, I have played Mean Mr. Mustard. Yeah, that's right.
Eric Ludy is with us. He's the co-founder and president of Cheese Brothers. Eric, I'm looking at the honey sriracha Gouda. You guys have figured out a way to put sriracha in cheese. That's magnificent.
Yes, we were. I believe we were the first ones to do it.
I've never seen it before. Yeah.
And that's one of our most popular. That's if you're just getting started with Cheese Brothers, I would definitely put that in your basket.
Last question before you gotta let you shuffle off this radio coil and get ready for the warm up act for the Christmas event, Thanksgiving. What is your favorite? What is the one that when you actually have it around you, you can't stop eating it and you wish you could because you'd be able to sell more?
We have this cheese. We call it Rhapsody. It is like a cheddar and a Parmesan blend. It's an aged cheese, but 2 years old. And it's sweet. It's a little sharp. It's got the calcium lactate crystals. It gives it a little crunch. And it melts, makes the best mac and cheese in the world, but I'd like to eat it just on its own. It's everything I like about cheese. And we don't often have it because it sells so fast. Right now it is available. So I'll put my salesman hat on. If you want to try it, it's you search for Rhapsody, and you'll find it.
Ruining everybody's morning, but still bringing a good time here. Eric Ludy has showed up. By the way, go to cheesebros.com. We're going to pull you back on at some point during Nemo Nation during Christmas because I just want to see how stressed out you are. We're just going to check in on you and see how you're doing. Eric, thank you so much. And by the way, I know Lindsay thanks you so much. She loved that cheese stuff that Gina Harrison sent her. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for making the time.
The Rhapsody is on sale right now.
It was a real pleasure, and yeah, I'd love to talk to you at the peak of the season. It's almost like therapy.
You can come here. We love a good rant. You can come here and vent anytime. And if you could come in the studio, you could bring some cheese, but that ain't going to happen. Enjoy Wisconsin. Thank you, sir. Good talking to you.
Thanks, guys.
And take it cheesy, Eric.
If you can't take it cheesy, take it this way.
Take it cheesy. That's on their packages.
By the way, speaking of taking it cheesy, I couldn't have asked for a better follow-up. And the only person that possibly could have followed up Cheese Brothers, Matt Beach, president of 10-4 Recruiting. You go to 10-4, that's the number 4, recruiting.com. Brother, it is good to have you. How you doing, man?
Well, I'm doing cheesy. I mean, why couldn't I be on that episode? Are you kidding me? Sriracha Gouda?
Yeah.
And so there was a cheese that I saw, it was last year, and I tried it and loved it, but it was a coffee flavored Gouda.
Yes. Coffee.
Oh,
really?
Let that sink in for 1 second. Coffee flavored Gouda. Absolutely amazing. But yeah, I was jealous sitting there listening to the Cheese Bros guy just throwing out flavors left and right. I'm in.
Let me tell you something, Matt, really quickly. So my dad went in the fridge this weekend. We're watching football, and he's like, "So this cheese you have here, the one that's actually dusted in cinnamon, is this any good?" And I went, "Well, I wouldn't have bought it if it wasn't good, Dad." He said, "Okay, I'll give it a shot." I was sitting on the couch watching the game, and he usually comes in with a plate or something. He came in with nothing, and I'm like, "What's going on?" He leaned over to kiss my forehead, and he said, "Occasionally you do things really, really right, son. Thank you so much."
That's a win. That's always a win.
So speaking of win, are Popeye's pre-cooked frozen turkeys any good? I mean, what's going on there?
Number one, yes. B, number two, if you want like a winner and just be like, I slaved all day over this bird. I've had to thaw it. I've had to brine it. I've done everything. If you want to play that role, you can, which I did last year. I mean, I walked in, it's just like the slow-mo. You walk in with the turkey in the aluminum pan, and you open it up, and everybody starts cheering for you, and you're just like, yeah, I'm taking all that. All I did was warm it up and put it in the smoker for like maybe 30 minutes, if that. I mean, it is absolutely the easiest and most delicious bird I've had in a long time.
Wow.
So easy.
But
I had to come clean. I did have to come clean because my mom was like, I smell BS. Did you yes or no? Just like, no, it's Popeyes. It's Popeyes Cajun turkey. So I could go ahead.
I was just gonna say you should walk in and just say Norman Rockwell's got nothing on me, baby. I'm the truth here, man. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah. I could sell the stew out of these birds right now. I mean, they're hands down. They're absolutely so easy and phenomenal.
Outstanding. Okay, let's talk a little business so we can get back to goofy stuff as well too. So talk to me about given your position at 10-4 Recruiting, what is it like, by the way, to recruit over the holidays? I mean, are there good weeks, or are people just taking a walk?
Yeah, they're just taking a break. I mean, I don't blame them, right? You're a professional driver. You're out there on the road. You've been hustling and bustling, and now it's like, hey, I want to spend some time with my family. So right now, drivers are calling into their carriers, to their ops team, saying, hey, I just need a break. And carriers are definitely saying, hey, certainly, get home. Let's try to find you some break. Let's get you close to home. We'll get you to spend some time with your friends and family. I mean, that's exactly what's needed right now. And so it's tough, especially this week, because even though you want to be respectful of their time, you don't want to call them and bombard them like, hey, you want to go to rubber job? I mean, We do it because we're recruiters. It's our job. But at the same time, you got to be respectful. A lot of times our recruiters will just call and say, hey, just want to say thanks when you're ready, when you're out and you're about, you want to talk to me, great. If not, hey, happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. Get home safe. But 2 weeks, the week prior, like last week, was a huge week for a lot of carriers and a lot of third-party recruiting companies. The week after, next week, the next 2 weeks in December are huge, absolutely huge for recruiting. I mean, it's go time. And then you'll start seeing, again, another downtrend where drivers, hey, they want to be home with their families for the holidays, for Christmas, New Year's, all that. Great. And then what I call the Super Bowl of recruiting is that first couple of, maybe that first 3 weeks in January, it's wide open. And so you start seeing those orientation classes start building up. But yeah, it's definitely a challenge. So you got to prep, and you got to, the big thing is just more so just being respectful to the professional drivers and what they're going through right now and trying to get them home.
Matt, thank you, by the way, for that. We've had a lot of people on the show, have done a lot of talking about a lot of aspects of the industry. I don't think, Dave, I've ever remembered a recruiter coming on and actually laying out the seasonal nature of it all. Do you remember any of that?
No, I
and
don't.
and we really appreciate that. I mean, I kind of knew a little bit of this, but I think a lot of our listeners, that's really helpful too, because I feel like if the folks out there understand that, then they can start preparing for when their best opportunities to look their best and to make a pitch for themselves when they're looking around for a place to go next, right? They can say, hey, man, I got to get my stuff in order for those first 3 weeks in January, so when the recruiters come looking, I'm putting my best foot forward. Is that a fair assessment of the situation?
Oh, it's totally fair. I mean, I'm a data guy. I love looking at data, especially within my ATS. And if I'm looking at it right now, I would you can start seeing that in the next 2 weeks. It's building up. But I'm already seeing drivers being set for those first couple of weeks in January. Actually, the second week in January, we're already seeing drivers saying, hey, I've got this going on right now. I've got a good company. I'm just kind of wanting to lay low, want to take some time for my family. I've got some pay built up. I can take a break. I've got some home time built up. I'm going to take a break. But when I'm out, I'll give you guys a call and we'll talk then. So you're starting to see those recruiters using the tagging, which is huge, and putting the right statuses for what drivers when they're coming in. That's the data points you want to be able to see. And like I said, even right now, you're starting to see those scheduled out times being set by those professional drivers.
Nicely done, sir. And by the way, I don't know if you know this, but Dave Nemo and his wife are big old Harry Potter fans.
Massive, love it.
Yeah, and by the way, our good friend Mr. Beach here is as well, Dave. And I told Cheryl when we get a chance to play this back, she needs to listen to this. You got a little piece of Harry Potter coming people our way, don't you? A little spell for recruiting.
Oh yeah, Absolonius. I mean, that's the driver recruiting world. That's the love language. Is full apps. That's what we need, full apps from truck drivers. So when I'm sitting here with my wand, swish and flick, I need to swish and flick some Absolonius this way. But what was that? I think it's Absolonia, not Apollonia. Come on. I mean, you gotta make sure you gotta say it right, because if not, there's no telling what's going to pop out of that wand.
For sure.
Got to get it right, man. You might summon a non-domiciled driver from all the way from Argentina and never know what the heck you're getting kind of on top of you. By the way, it's like woo. You never know what's going to pop up. Go ahead.
No, it was my wife. It was our 24th. Oh gosh, I hope I get this right. 24-year anniversary. A few weeks back, and it was one of those where we were just out walking around. I was like, hey, we'll kind of sneak over here and do some snogging. She's like, what? She's like, oh my God, get the Harry Potter brain off. I mean, no, she goes, no, yeah, if you want to kiss, yeah, kiss, but we're not calling it snogging. I kind of like calling it snogging.
I kind of like calling it snogging too. And by the way, I'm in luck, by the way, because my wife would be like snogging. I haven't heard that in forever. Let's do some snogging. That's good stuff. Last quick question. We got to take a break here. We got to get you out of here. But so are you going to do the Popeyes pre-cook frozen turkey again?
Oh, hands down. Bought two of them. Yeah, I've got two. As they say, I've got Deuce ready for the Traeger. Going to throw them in there, let them sit for a little bit, and then have the sweat and everything. The water on my face, look like I'm just kind of drowning over here. All the work and everything that's going into the preparation of this bird.
Birds.
Yeah.
Birds. So we were watching.
While I'm eating some Cheese Bros cheese.
Exactly.
We're getting back on that Sriracha Gouda.
Sriracha Gouda is coming your way. By the way, this is peak my brother. So I went to go watch the Saints game yesterday, Dave, and my brother Ryan made steaks for everybody, and he can cook. But it's like, so he takes the steaks out, he puts them on a cutting board, and his friend Jude goes, well, what else we got for it? He goes, steaks. And he's like, what? He goes, that's it. He says, eat your steak. And that's all we had was steak. And he said, I'm just tired of it, all this nonsense aside. He said, I got you the biggest piece of meat on the goddamn planet. He said, eat some steak. So that's my take on it now. So you just have some bird, dude. I think
just have some bird and some some bird and some cow. I'd call it a day. I'm in.
That's it.
Talking afterwards.
Matt Beach, of course, is the Sriracha Gouda guy, who actually also runs 10-4 Recruiting and is a genuine friend of the show. I'm sending you a text right now. He's going to give you a good laugh. Thank you, Matt. Happy thanks.
Take care. Appreciate all y'all do.
Thank you, Matt.
That's the guy right there, Dave. That's the guy. That's the best description of recruiting in regards to seasonal stuff I've heard in a long time. Terrific stuff. We'll be right back. Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
And now back to Nemo Nation with Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and of course, Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, buddy, because we're broadcasting from Fast Sports Studios with your host, Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, and me, Phone Master Dre.
Yeah, you're kind of the host here as well in this particular nonsense. You want to get a good laugh? You don't happen to Jamie Jones, huh?
Talk to me.
Dropped her phone. I just got a text message. She's like, sorry about that, guys. I dropped my phone.
Literally, physically dropped her
phone? She's like, I dropped my phone. I'm like, oh, that explains a lot.
Get it together, Jamie.
Come on, Jamie, get it. Well, she's working the night desk. You know, working on the night desk.
One word for Jamie. Earbuds.
Earbuds, my sister. By the way, we got another guest here, Dave. Would you care to do the honor?
Yes, we're going to welcome the Senior VP of Sales at Pegasus Logistics Group. Tevin Taylor is joining us here. And I want to do a shout out to Tony Sriracha, too, because Tony Sirota is the guy.
Sriracha. You still thinking about that Sriracha Gouda?
I was hoping nobody caught that.
Oh, we got it. Everybody's got
Sriracha.
But you don't have to apologize for it, man. We all got Sriracha Gouda on the brain. Tevin, did you hear any of that, man? The Cheese Brothers came on. They have a Sriracha Gouda. I mean, come on.
It's so early in the morning, but it made me hungry, so I love it. I'm going to go eat some breakfast after we get done here.
Oh, yeah. That would be, by the way, Sriracha Gouda would be great on an omelet, wouldn't it?
Oh, come on with it.
Oh, man. How about you? Come on. How about
reinventing breakfast as we speak?
Would you care to do the honors of really giving an introduction to this guest? So we're thanking Tony Sirota, not Sriracha.
Yeah, exactly. That Tony. And we have Tevin with us. Tevin Taylor. He's been around for about 30 years in this world, working for large shippers and logistics providers, doing this and that and the other. UPS, FedEx, Brinks, you name it. And most recently, of course, Pegasus. And he's responsible for the directional strategy. Boy, we could use some direction around here. You could help us.
What are you talking
maybe,
about,
Tevin.
dude? I know where I'm going.
Yeah.
What's the great line about the Lost Battalion? They said you guys were lost. They said, I don't know what you're talking about. We knew where we were the entire time. It's you guys that couldn't find us.
Yeah.
Hey, man, good morning. Welcome to the show for the first time. Good to have you.
Good morning. It's good to be on the show, and your personalities and joking around. I love it because I run on coffee, chaos, and questionable decisions. So I think I'll fit in here.
Oh,
Sounds like
absolutely.
an album title.
Hey, by the way, somebody
right.
actually reads our content, by the way. This is the guy who actually does his homework because that's exactly how Road Gang Radio is described, questionable decisions. Okay, so what questionable decisions are you trying to help people avoid right now? Let's just get to the basic kind of thing. What are you focused on right now? What are you looking at in regards to the coming week and in the next couple of weeks over the holidays? What are you looking at?
You know, at work or home.
Well, we'll flip a coin and say work.
Well, I'm glad you said that because my wife would be pretty pissed off if I start talking about what we're doing at the house right now.
Well, then, in that case, let's talk about home.
Divorce is too expensive, so I'll stick to work. So in the transportation world, I mean, what I'm thinking about, what's going on in the industry, especially with Black Friday coming up, but the number one thing you're seeing is capacity is shifting, and it's been shifting. There's been a freight recession people like to talk about, but after a long period of soft demand, parts of the trucking market, especially LTL and specialized freight, which, by the way, I'm more of a specialized freight person, white glove services, things that, there's a consequence if it doesn't get to where it needs to be, specific time, and it's usually high value. Carriers are tightening up their lanes and they're consolidating their networks, so they're reducing those underperforming lanes and pushing for rate stabilization. And what that means is shippers, need to plan ahead instead of assuming endless capacity. So it's not as bad as the days of running out of toilet paper on the shelf, but you can't just assume you have the capacity in a network, because to optimize and to make sure that you're cost efficient in this industry, you're going to see a capacity is definitely shifting. So that's the number one thing. So is that exciting? Not really. Well, is that what y'all are hearing or seeing as well?
I mean, that's the like I said, the shift that's happening right now. And of course, the big thing we keep hearing is, Tevin, is we keep hearing about the unpredictability, of course, being the buzzword. But beyond just it being a buzzword is the fact that it's almost impossible to do tea leaf readings anymore, that you can't even guesstimate, because it feels like this is a moving target now. The big thing we're hearing is we can get a handle on a week or two, but it's almost impossible to really crystal ball this stuff anymore. Is that what you're feeling? That's the big thing we're seeing, is that we know what's going to happen from this week to the next, but beyond that, you're really taking your life in your hands trying to guess. It's like a weatherman trying to tell you what the weather's going to be like in a month these days. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, it's absolutely what we're seeing. Tighter communication with your carriers, making sure you understand what your needs are and forecasting ahead. If you don't do those, your business will be impacted. And look, I've got a customer right now that their current provider, luckily I found out that, they were a freight forwarder and they weren't paying their drivers. So we came in and luckily saved them from getting tied up in a bankruptcy. So that's the other thing you have to understand is, know who you're shipping with, make sure you're doing the credit checks, look for that financial stability, because the last thing you want to do is, go for the cheapest provider and find out they're going out of business. That's not a position anyone wants to be in, right?
Right. But Tevin, this is Dave. One of the things that I always say when I'm meeting someone for the first time is I've been around for a long time, okay, 50 plus years. So one of the points that you bring out is the fact that global volatility is reshaping transportation strategy across supply chains. Obviously, yes, but we've always had global volatility, I can't say the word, since we've had a globe. What is different now, I think, is the piling on, because you can handle one thing, but you can't handle 2 or 3 things all at the same time. And we're handling 3 things all at the same time right now. We're wars, and then we're also handling the cyber criminal explosion, and then we also have the tariffs, and it all wrangles in together. And it ain't making a good of cheese. That's right, for sure. That is, it's just, so we have this piling on. So how do we dig out of this mountain that doesn't seem to be going away? We've handled it through history, but all of a sudden history seems to be just crunching on us right now.
Well, there's a significant amount of chaos. To your point, there always has been, and there always will be.
Mm-hmm.
And those that can adapt and adjust and figure it out, they're the ones that are going to grow and do a lot of great things. And those that can't, obviously, won't be around much longer. I remember Fred Smith said, those that don't enjoy change probably aren't going to enjoy extinction either. And that's very true.
Yeah.
If you don't change the way you operate, if you think things are going to stay the same, then you're in the wrong industry. Transportation and logistics. I mean, right before you called me in on the show, I had a customer sitting in my office, and their business doesn't look the same. And the way we've operated it, it's not going to be the same. And if we don't change the way we operate, we won't have their business in the future. So those are just facts of life. You named all the key points. The one thing I'd add to what you were talking about is labor pressure. You're still seeing, whether it's the warehouse or on the road, you're seeing driver turnover, an aging workforce, wage pressures. That's on the road. On the warehouse, same thing, staffing shortages, longer processing times. And a lot of customers have very specific requirements on the labor force you can hire, right? So if you have high value products, sometimes they expect, credit checks and things like that. Certain states have certain rules. I mean, it's the piling on effect is it's something that changes every year, but that's the key word, is change. If you stay in front of that change, you'll do well. And if you accept it and try to figure out how to innovate, you'll do well. And otherwise, you probably should take an industry that doesn't change. If you want to go flip burgers or do something easy, go do that. Of course, I say that even flipping burgers isn't easy anymore because they've got technology to help you with that.
Look, I got one really quick question, and it's about how you handle your customers. And when I say handle, I mean manage their expectations. Because one of the things that has changed, that has caused what you and Dave are talking about, this pile up, has been the acceleration of technology. Is that nothing has really changed except for the fact that we know what's going on at the exact same time that everything else is going on. And we've developed technologies that actually increase the speed and efficiency to deal with that. How do you temper your clients and the people whom you consult to understand that these things are not silver bullets? That it's like, guys, you have to understand that there's only so fast that all of this stuff can work efficiently. How do you manage expectations of not miracles happening in the marketplace?
Yeah, and every customer likes to look for silver bullets and miracles, and they'll tell you about, hey, I went to this facility and it's fully automated, or these guys have more sustainable fleets. I just number one, you keep the communication very open, very honest and transparent and constant. Don't let your customer don't go sit on the couch and watch TV and let I always compare marriage and customers. It's like, if you start ignoring your customers and you don't communicate and you don't give them attention, someone else will, right? So, and then people start talking about these silver bullets and automation and things that'll make their life easier. Well, if you constantly communicate with them and you share with them some of the technologies and some of the things that are out there, AI is the big buzz right now, right? You walk them through what you're doing to get to the point in the future to implement certain technologies, but you also let them know the reason you're taking a staggered approach. There are multiple reasons. Number one is make sure the technology works for the application you're using, but number two, there's a cost. So if I have a fully manual facility that my customer says, I want you to run this in an automated, add auto store, some of the other technologies you have in the warehouse, well, okay, that's a $10 million investment. So I'm going to take that $10 million, I'm going to spread it out over your contract. whether it's transaction or whatever. And then I give them that proposal and they look at me like I'm stupid. I'm like, well, that's what you want. The labor efficiencies and things like that, the payback is years and years and years. If someone, if you're communicating to your customer and you're keeping that in front of them, at least you're making them look better to their internal stakeholders so they can go back and say, hey, Tevin at Pegasus shared with us what AutoStore looks like in the future of that in the warehouse, or what the fleet looks like and what that looks like on the road. If you're doing that on a monthly basis or at minimum quarterly, if you're doing that, you'll set the right expectation, and you're going to make yourself look smarter. You're going to make your customer look smarter because they're going to take that back to their leadership team. So that's what I do to make sure you temper that and make sure they know that I'm not just going to go invest millions of dollars and hope it works. It's got to make sense.
Last question, by the way, we ask this of a lot of first-time guests. Where do you get your information from? Where do you get your news from? What sites, podcasts, newspapers, trade journals are your go-tos when you're planning your week, your month, and your year?
I love that. So Supply Chain Now's, something I listen to when I'm mowing the yard. I'm also a host every once in a while on the show. So if you know Scott Luton, he's amazing. He has a great diversity and variety of people on his show, but it's a longer, it's an hour investment. So if I'm on a Monday, myself and I have my team as well, we're looking at Transportation Insight, looking at Supply Chain Dive. Those are the quick ones. And then, believe it or not, every once in a while, I'll go to ChatGPT and say, hey, what's new in the transportation industry this week?
That's a good use of it, by the way. That's a good use of ChatGPT, by the way. That is not always, there are people who use it for the wrong reasons. I think that's a terrific use of it. That's a great accelerative. Well done.
Can you repeat that?
Thank you, sir.
Can you repeat that, Tevin?
What Tevin said was he goes to ChatGPT and just says what's going on in the supply chain sector right now. That's a really great. That's a great. That's what ChatGPT should be used for. It shouldn't be used for like write my paper. That's a stupid use of ChatGPT. It shouldn't be like write a letter to my client, a real personal letter that makes me seem like a human being. That's not a really good idea. But Tevin, you promised us you'll come back, please. We'd love to have you on some more.
Yes.
You know what? If you just let me, as long as you're okay that I'm not scripted, I don't have approval by anybody. I'm just going to be myself, which I love because Pegasus allows me to do that. My past, I was not allowed to be on a show like this because they were scared I might share my opinion. So I'd love to.
We wouldn't have it any other way, Tevin.
PegasusLogistics.com is where you should go. And of course, we are absolutely thrilled to have its Senior Vice President of Sales, Tevin Taylor, who has joined us this morning. Brother, go have the best of Thanksgiving and the best of weeks.
You too. Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks, guys.
You got it.
Thank you, Tevin.
Chuck Snow, by the way, is the co-host of Rates and Lanes podcast. He's so much more than that, by the way. You can find him on the IG at Chuck Snow CEO is a great place to find him, and on YouTube at Rates and Lanes. I mean that, at the at sign, Rates and Lanes. Really quickly, guys, before we actually dig into talking with Chuck, we want to give a big shout out to our friend Roscoe. You remember Roscoe, Dave, who has done so much to kind of have fun with us over here. He is hosting a 12-hour-long live stream for the St. Christopher Fund today. He is live now. You can find him on TikTok at Roscoe713TX. I would recommend going there immediately after the show here at 11 o'clock because you're going to want to listen to Chuck Snow. Dave, say hello to Chuck.
Hey, good morning, Chuck. Welcome to the show. Great to have you back with us, of course.
Well, it's a pleasure to be on the show with you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for having me.
Enjoy Rates and Lanes with you and Rico Muhammad, and really enjoy having you with us here. One of the things that you had brought up that you wanted to kind of dig into today is, and the way I'm going to put it is the loss of coffee counter culture in the industry, and how do we get back to the good old days of trucking? I saw a thing the other day. Somebody had a sign that said, "Make trucking great again." Are we that bad off right now, or what do we need to kind of pull back from the old days? I remember I used to go to those truck stops all the time. The coffee counter, the horseshoe counter usually, and had one waitress in there that was running like a rabbit all over the place, and it was a cultural mecca, so to speak.
It was the when I started driving, and for probably the next 10, 12, even 15 years. So I started in 74. So up until probably I would say probably the 90s, right into the 90s, they were kind of like a beacon. They were that lighthouse for truck drivers. We could go in, stop the truck 24 hours a day. You would go up to a counter or sit at a driver's table. There would always be a waitress or a server with a big smile and usually a outlandish hairdo, beehive. And they would give you a glass of water and a cup of coffee right away. And you would break bread with other people doing the same work. And you had great conversations. Sometimes you would have lunch with 3 or 4 people you never met before, and sometimes you could run with them, and sometimes you'd never see them again, but you'd have great conversations. And between that being gone and the CD radio being gone, we've taken a huge foundation away from our culture. And that's one of the many reasons we don't have much of a culture left.
Yeah, and really quickly, before Dave got something he wants to kind of throw in here, I think it's part of the reason why our chat room is so kind of successful over here. I think that there are so many people out there who are looking for it. That's the other thing too, right? And what they're looking for is, I don't think they're looking to listen to one person bloviate. I think they're looking for a place where they can go and feel like they're part of an ongoing conversation and a chance to take a breath. I feel like that's it, Dave, don't you?
Well, yeah, and to your point, in fact, that's where I was heading to, as a matter of fact, because if you look at our YouTube page right now, the comments are just flowing through. But, those drivers aren't driving at the moment. They're doing something else. And so one guy said, hey, I'm going over to iHeartRadio because So what I'm getting at is that the modern person today, Chuck, will say, yeah, but we now have all of this online communication, so it's the same thing, only different.
No.
Well, it's really not, because I think everybody in the chat room here on our show right now would rather be in a truck stop at a counter. I mean, the social life has moved to the internet, but people are people, flesh and bone. So the flesh and bone, the visceral.
We've flesh and blown it. Kind of say we really have.
Yeah.
I mean,
so how do we do that? How do we go back? Because you take a look at the truck stops. TA Petro, the first sponsor trucking radio ever had was the Slidell Union 76 over east of New Orleans on Lake Pontchartrain. Yep. And it's now TA, of course. It's now the J. Hosty Travel Centers of America. Hey, good morning, Jay. But I lost my train of thought. Boy, that's horrible when I do that.
Well, no, I mean, I was kind of taking it with you. I guess the question to you is, by the way,
they're trying with the food, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, and we want to kind of talk about the food stuff. I mean, because you've got a beef on the lack of beef.
Yeah. But you've got.
Well, you know what? It's fast food now. This is like one of my real peeves. Not just the culture. The latest report shows that the lifespan of a long-distance trucker is 61 years old.
Project-61.org. Yes.
Now, I don't have the number in front of me, but I would presume that a truck driver from 1974, either with the smoking and maybe pills and other things that were done back then, I believe they lived to be older than 61 years old. And my pet peeve with the truck stop industry is it's the only industry I know that tries to kill their customers.
Okay. Let me flip that coin over, because you're right. But the truck stops have really, on again, off again, have constantly tried to bring out fresh foods, fresh fruit, healthy choices, all of these things. guys ain't buying it, So what are they going to do? And then we have the ELD now that has broken down everything to the second. Literally, as you well painfully know. So now it's like, well, I ain't got time to sit down and eat and talk to this guy that I'd like to talk to because I got to go. So let's do the fast food. So, it's really a two-sided coin. That's the problem. Everybody's blaming the other
100%.
side.
But the thing is, and this is where I want to get your thoughts, Chuck. It could just be simply correcting the hours of service to allow people more time to breathe, and to also, in doing that it would establish that connection that you're looking for, right? It's really about figuring out flexibility in these hours to let people have a chance to do the very thing that you're missing, right?
100%. There has to be. People need time to do their work and work to do their time. It's just they really do need a little bit more flexibility than what they're getting right now. One size doesn't fit all, and we have to bring back some of the rules. We have to give people a little bit of leeway because either you plan your stops, and that means you may have to stop driving an hour or an hour and a half before your shift is finished. Well, that's costing you money, but that guarantees you a parking spot.
We let that land. We let that land for a second. Go ahead, Chuck. I mean, it's like it's this thing where, and we don't tell people, the people who hire them don't tell them it's okay if you get there a few minutes later because they're going to make you wait forever and a day anyway. That's the other thing.
Yeah, but Jimmy, in fairness, what happens is you have an appointment at a big warehouse, and your appointment is for 5 a.m., door 23, and you show up at 4:55, and they don't unload you until 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock. That's what usually happens, or quite often. I shouldn't say usually, but quite often that happens. And then if you get there late, of course, you get there 5 minutes late, you get a $400 fine, and the driver gets it because why were you late?
Right.
You had 3 days to get 1,500 miles to make that delivery.
Yeah, and go ahead. I'm sorry, Chuck.
Yeah, we need that flexibility to some degree. This is just too tight, and it's not working. That's why we're having more crashes. That's why the culture is gone. That's why more and more of the people we want don't want to do this job anymore.
I want to ask you what you're doing for Thanksgiving because, man, that just put a weight on my heart, and I want you to end the segment on a little bit of joy. Not that you've said anything untrue or anything that Dave and I disagree with, but what's Thanksgiving look like for you, Chuck? Before we got to shuffle off this radio coil.
Well, unfortunately, up in Canada, we don't share the same Thanksgiving as you folks. We have ours in October.
Mm-hmm. We celebrate that down here too because we love you guys so much, and I like an excuse to get some good food and have a good time with people.
A lot of Canadians have stopped going to the U.S. I'm not one of them, but a lot of them are actually afraid to go to the U.S. They're afraid they're going to have problems at customs, which I have to say one thing. Ever since this new administration got in, I haven't stopped crossing the border, but I have never experienced such open arms from customs agents as what I've had since January.
Well, it's good to know. That's good to know. I'm assuming if I'm listening correctly, it's a really positive development, a great reminder for people to get down there. If you're fine and good to go, you're good to go. Dave's got one more thing for you, Chuck.
I just want to circle back to our discussion, Chuck. Marshall sent a text down on YouTube. Part of the problem is changing demographics in trucking. Younger drivers prefer to eat fast food in their truck. And he says, Chuck, you're right.
That's it, Chuck. We're going to get you back on as always. We'll get Dean to show up here. We'll all kind of shoot the breeze for a good hour like we like to do. Happy week of whatever you want to celebrate. We're down here celebrating our thing, but you're welcome to share in our joy. Thank you, Chuck.
I'm going to eat some turkey. I'm going to have some turkey in honor of my U.S. friends and family.
Oh, well,
That's
fantastic.
That's a great neighbor. That's a great
Yeah.
neighbor. We'll be back on the other side of this. Lots of great guests. Bobby McDonald is coming up. Mike Roth is coming up. Our good friend Rebecca Brewster is coming up. Louis Pugh's going to close the show off. Meredith from the old freewheeling days. Almost said free balling. Get me out of here. Hit the bricks. Go to truckdown.com. Do something with yourself. Look.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing.
Cool. All right,
We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Live from the I-10 corridor from the Fastport Studios in the city of New Orleans, it's Nemo Nation.
Antagonish. Say it for me, Dave.
Antagonish.
Antagonish. And Uncle Gonish, yeah. Uncle Gonish is much more irascible. Antagonish always has the wonderful things for Thanksgiving. Antagonish actually is over in Nova Scotia. This guy is an owner-operator of 8 years on with S&M Trucking out of Sydney, Nova Scotia. His truck is a 2018 389 Peterbilt. That's all I'm going to say because we want Bobby McDonald, who's joining us this morning, recommended by Dean Croak, which means friend of Dean Croak is a friend of ours immediately. Absolutely. Hey, good morning, Bobby. Welcome to the game. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Good morning, boys. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me on. And Jimmy Mack, happy pre-birthday tomorrow.
That's a listening man right there.
Nice?
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. Look at that. A guy who actually does his homework. 30 years on the road, dude. Kind of unpack the story, the story of Bobby, about how you've been doing this, what got you into it, and what are you doing right now? But let's just start there, shall we?
How I started? Well, I graduated high school and got a job just driving a local straight truck hauling meat products for packing company back home in Antigonish, Nova Scotia, and did that for about 4 years. Decided I want to go get my big truck license. My father had a farm dealership, so I wasn't involved in trucking whatsoever, but I was always fascinated with trucks. Like, we had a steel truck that would come into the shop every week, and if it was going directly to a job site, I had to be on that truck. So went and got my class 1s at a trucking school. I know a lot of people laugh at that, but hey, it is what it is. And
gotta get it somewhere.
Driver on and off. I know a lot of people these days, they laugh at it, right? But you know what? It is what it is. Over the years, company driver for a few different companies, S&M on and off, back and forth a few times. Great company to work for, great people. And then 8 years ago, it was 8 years ago, October, I took delivery on this truck. Prior to that, I called the salesman in June and said, I want to order a truck. And he was kind of dumbfounded. And bada bing, bada boom, here I am. sitting in New Jersey. Delivered a load of trees down here, Christmas trees, and yeah, just waiting for my next assignment.
Ah, and you've been hauling Christmas trees for a long time. In fact, you got a pretty good story about your first load, right?
Oh man, I will never ever. I think when I pass away, I'll still remember it. It was that mind blowing. So I'm going to call it graduated. Graduated from trucking school in approximately November. So we're right into Christmas tree season then in Nova Scotia, hauling to the States, various points. A lot of New York City, like a lot of New York City,
of all places.
So, yeah. So I get a call from a local guy, Rocky McDougall, and he wants me to come with him for a trip. I've never, aside from playing hockey, going on a hockey tour down to Boston when I was 8, I had never been in the United States. So, sure, let's go. Oh boy. Jumped in Rocky's truck and away we went. We were headed for downtown Manhattan, right, Broadway. We had to call the guy prior to coming in. And when we get down there, we part right along. Like, I've never, little Antigonish, Nova Scotia, if you got 10 cars at a traffic light, it's a backup and people are going crazy. So here I am, New York City, first time. We go down right downtown Broadway, meet a guy there. Street kids get on the load, and a guy that comes in every year for just the trees. He sits in the passenger seat, and he'll tell Rocky, make a left over here, make a right over here, make a left over here. So you're dropping 20-some drops of trees throughout the night in New York, and you're out. You start at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, and you're out by dawn. So 2 trips back to back. That's how I was introduced into trucking. So, like, here you go. You're going to New York with trees. I didn't drive much. Rocky did most of the driving, but for culture shock purposes, that's how I was introduced to trucking. It was wild. It was wild.
Let me ask
baptism by fire.
Baptism by fire. But let me ask you a question too. What do you love most about it? Because I got to tell you, I've on a couple of occasions I have been at one of the whistle stop tours for the National Christmas Tree that gets brought to Washington D.C. And and we haven't even started to talk about that wonderful Christmas tree that the folks in Nova Scotia always send to Boston. What's it? Do you ever get tired of that smell? Because I got to tell you, the thought of ever getting tired of that smell breaks my heart. Are you ever like, yeah, I got no use for this? Or is it always when you start to get that smell in your nostrils, feel like this is where I should be? I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
You ever get that term nose blind?
Yes.
You ever hear that?
Yes.
I don't even smell them anymore.
Oh.
I don't. It's you look, you get a load. Mostly I haul. I don't really get the smell of it on a step deck is my majority of what I haul. They're on an open trailer. But we also haul reefers, haul them in reefer and dry vans. Well, when you crack them open, you're like, okay, you get the smell. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not as, I'm kind of nose blind to it.
Can you?
Nose blind to it.
Okay, and this is my second question. I know Dave's got some stuff for you as well. Can you kind of unpack what, you've often talked about what it means to kind of go to New York, but kind of take us through the whole process for people who aren't familiar what it means to actually haul this stuff. What is it like from pillar to post? Kind of give us what the whole trip feels like in its totality, and the challenges, but also some of the great connections you make along the way, and some of the things that have become kind of old hat to you. If does that make sense? I kind of want to get an overall sense of the journey.
No, I got you 100%. I'll start off right at the Christmas tree yard where we drop trailers at. It's just inside the Guysborough County line, which is right outside Antigonish County, in Giants Lake, Nova Scotia, the Christmas Tree Association. So we'll drop trailers there. Everything is loaded there by hand. Everything. So these people think they're on a conveyor system and whatnot. No, everything is loaded by hand. So they get loaded there. All the paperwork is done right there. They move approximately 40,000 trees at this small one location. So they get loaded there. Paperwork is all done there. Crossing the border now is easier than it ever was, as long as everything is done properly. CFIA is involved, yeah, and all whatnot. So when we roll up to customs, it's one sheet of paper with her ID, beep, away we go. Traveling, when 3 weeks ago when I pulled my first step deck load away from the association out of the yard, I was heading coming down to New Jersey. I met 5, 6 cars right away, all thumbs up, big smiling faces. You know, it's the season. They know that Christmas is coming. Traveling down the highway, people look at you. There's videos, especially again on open deck trailer, people can see what you're hauling. There's videos being taken, thumbs up, and whatnot. You know, you can see the happiness in people's faces when they're driving by you because, you know, Christmas is a happy time of year. You arrive at the location. Majority of the time, people are happy to see you. First of the season, they're happy to see you. If you're towards the end, they're sick of trees. They're tired of throwing.
They're nose blind.
They're tired of throwing trees.
It's nose blind people talking to nose blind drivers at that point, right?
Oh, they don't want to see another tree. I think they see trees in their dreams into the early spring. But there's been a few repeat customers I've been back to hauling, and they remember you. The one I'm at here right now, great fella. He told me a great story yesterday about himself, how he got going. Another place I was at, it's a fire department in New Jersey. They do it for a fundraiser. I showed up. They fed me breakfast. Great bunch of guys. I was like one of the guys. It's a fun time. People come together. They're happy, joking around. And again, the general public, when you're driving along with a load of trees, the general public looks at you different, and they look at you with a smile on their face and joy and excitement, which normally they look at truck drivers and they don't really give an emotion, just But with when you're hauling trees, man, it's totally different.
Yeah,
it's totally different. And then I got my little buddy Jimmy the Elf riding with me too, so that puts a little smile on their face too.
Yeah, and I got a whole bunch of pictures of that, by the way. Kind of talk about your Jimmy the Elf tradition, because people need to hear this, man. This is groovy as well.
Well, Jimmy's a little buddy. This is his first year with me. It's not really a tradition. It's his first year. He came down from the North Pole. He's a scout for Santa, so he's kind of checking things out. He's looking around and checking things out, seeing how things are going. I did find out one thing. We stopped for a coffee one day, and I said, "Jimmy, do you want a coffee?" And he said it stunts his growth. So no, he had hot chocolate. But no, Jimmy's getting a lot of smiles, a lot of videos at where we deliver and along the road, and on my Facebook as well. People are getting a kick out of them. He tried to tie down a tree load the other day. Not enough weight behind him, poor little Jimmy. But he's going to recommend to Santa when he goes back to the North Pole, he's going to recommend that a lot of people get driver's handbooks this year for Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
They really need them, by the way. There's a lot of people.
Stuffers.
Yeah.
I'm giving you warning that you probably know about. We've been telling our listeners this. Starting tomorrow, 81.8 million people are going to be traveling more than 50 miles from home. 90% of them are actually going to be doing it from pillar to post in cars. And it must be, when your peak season is also everybody else's peak season for driving, that must make for some really kind of zen approaches to what it is you do. You must see some real nonsense, even from people who are enthusiastic about seeing you, right?
Yeah, it is. We got to deal with traffic, and a lot of the places we go to are not tractor trailer friendly. I did an 8 drop load last year with a van trailer to small hardware stores. The last one I got into it, I couldn't get out till the store had closed because of vehicles. So we're not always in the great big wide open spaces. We are serving nurseries. We're serving Home Depots, like a lot of small little mom and pops places. So yeah, for us it's tough. The guys and girls that do New York City steady, friends that are doing it steady, I just couldn't do it New York City steady. But it adds challenges because you got to go to these small little areas and navigate through tight parking lots to get where they want you to be to throw the trees off. It makes it complicated and tough.
I'm actually going to ask this of you, but I'm also asking many of our listeners on chat who give a big welcome to you as well. How do you occupy that time? So you are, let's just say you're stuck at a nursery, you're stuck at a hardware store, you're blocked in by other cars. It's an impossible task. You have downtime in a way that is often very frustrating, and only people who are patient for that can get through it, other than keeping Jimmy in line, and he needs to be kept in line. How do you occupy your time? I mean, what do you do on the tweener stuff other than the taking care of the business you got to take care of?
Just what we're doing right now. I'll talk to friends on the phone, or I'll just go back in the bunk and chill out. I got all the comforts of home back there. TV, printer, microwave, fridge. I got everything back there. So I'll just chill, or, if we're getting unloaded, we don't touch trees. We can when they throw them, but we don't touch trees on loading. So I'll talk to the owner, talk to the guys, mill around. I'm a personal person. Dean will tell you that. I like talking to people, and just basically kind of chill out, watch the world go by, and kind of mentally prepare for what's possibly to come.
So, Bobby, this is Dave. Bobby, one of the things that I want to make sure I have the timeline correct. You've been an owner-operator for 8 years, but you've been in trucking for 30, so you've been hauling the trees for about 30 years.
No,
No.
I've been hauling trees for about 27.
Oh, okay, close enough.
Approximately.
Yeah.
Now, every year, there's some years I didn't do a tree load, so that's not every year.
Gotcha.
Every year. So there's some years, depending on where I'm being sent, I just might miss the loop to be on a tree load. But normally every year I do 2 or 3, maybe 4 loads of trees a year. That's on top of our other company drivers that will do 2, 3, 4 loads a year of trees. Now that's just from one yard. Okay, there's multiple yards across Nova Scotia. So like I said, there's 40,000 trees that come from this one yard in Antigonish, and we got
40,000 trees from 1 yard.
Just from 1 yard in Nova Scotia. Just from 1 yard. That's what they did last year, was 40,000 trees.
Wow.
Now that's in Antigonish. Then you go down to the valley, down Kentville Way. There's a few tree yards down there. You go down to the South Shore, Bridgewater. There's some tree yards down there. Plus, there's also other little places here and there, private ones going. So the Christmas tree industry in Nova Scotia itself is quite a big business.
Well, in fact, that's what I was getting to, actually, when I said 30, 27, 30. But in that amount of time, so do you see the Christmas tree market steady as it always has been, or is it bigger or smaller? I mean, I was around in the 50s when the artificial aluminum trees came out. We thought the whole world was ending for real trees,
Actually, it has dropped a bit. There was one Christmas tree yard in Antigonish, Polestar, I believe it was called. That tree yard is no longer. And then there was another one just in past St. Andrews. It might be still going. I can't remember exactly, but I don't really remember any trees coming out of there. So there's 2 right off the cuff that they're not anymore. And the people that haul them, like back in the day, there used to be guys that just work local, but just single operation trucks, like the Rocky McDougals that I went with, the Bernie Landrys, other guys like that around home. There's no more of those guys that just go and haul trees.
Yeah.
It's just not there, and a lot of it is insurance. They don't want to deal with traffic as much as it is, and there's just not the amount there anymore, and it's all the bigger companies will take it over.
In regards to your own sort of future, what do you do when you're not behind the wheel of that truck? What do you do for fun? What do you do for R&R? What do you do when you want to go someplace that doesn't involve 18 wheels?
Being an owner-operator of a one-man show truck, And a lot of time, like I talk to people, they're like, "What do you do? What are you doing this weekend?" "Oh, I got to grease, or I got to do this, I got to do that." And then, well, how long are you home for? Well, I hope to be gone in a day or two. Well, you're never home. No kidding. Uh, don't get a lot of. That's my own choice for downtime. I like to watch hockey. Of course, Canadian. I played and I coached up through my time. So just kind of relax. Try to unwind from the road. Do laundry. I'm a single guy, so nobody's at home doing my stuff at home, my chores, mowing the lawn in the summertime. Whatever, doing this, doing that. Just basically catching up on the stuff that needs to get caught up on, and maybe the other time go visit some friends. Just kind of hang out.
By the way, it sounds to me as a fan of hockey that you do a lot of forechecking, which keeps you in good stead. You get ahead of the stick, which is a great kind of approach. Spending your downtime actually making sure that the equipment that you love and the job that you love stays in tip-top condition is not a bad way to spend a life, particularly if you enjoy it. We're out of time, Bobby. We could have gone on a little bit longer. Other stuff we left on the table. We got other guests coming here. Promise us you'll come back at some point. Give us an update on how. Well, first of all, how your scent blindness is going, but also how the season is treating you. Thank you, my brother. Dean made a good recommendation. Did he not?
Get a Christmas season debriefing.
Yeah, we
Bobby.
want to get a Christmas season debriefing. Thank you, Bobby. All the best. Be safe out there from everybody at Nemo Nation. Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Bobby.
Quality people. I got to tell you, quality people give us quality people. Dean gives way to Chuck Snow, gives way to Bobby. I mean, it's just quality stuff. Quality stuff is also in the form of phone master drag.
It is 9:20 a.m. o'clock in the morning in the Central Time Zone, which means it's Monday, which means it's time for Mike Roth to join us on the program. He is the ED of NACFE, the North American Council for Freight Efficiency. You guys know Mike and that gang by now. Good morning, Mike. Where are you? First off, because you never are in the same place.
Hello, guys. I'm on the road today. I'm headed back to Indiana for the holidays after spending time in the redneck Riviera of Alabama. So
yeah,
I'm
that's
on
right.
on the go. So yeah, headed back.
Northbound and down. They never did a northbound and southbound song. I wish they would have added 2 more songs to that duo there on Smokey and the Bandit. We have been kind of zeroing in distinctly on the 18-day messy middle exercise that those companies went through with all of the above type fueling configurations. The numbers are still coming in, I think, Mike, and there's a lot of numbers, to come through this. But I saw something on the website, nacfe.org, yesterday that I thought was really good. Ken North, who is the consultant on emerging technologies, and Mike McCourse, he's been on the show from NACFE, did a couple of quotes. You have a great page called What I've Learned. And Ken writes, and I'm going to go ahead and read Ken's, in fact, I'll read both of them because they kind of play together. Renewable energy accounted for 34.3% of electricity generation globally in the first half of 2025, while coal accounted for 33.1%. This is the first time renewables have overtaken coal, so there is some significance. The other significant thing on another scale, in a sense, is what Mike McCourse says. Love's has 100 plus publicly accessible locations offering CNG and RNG in North America. So my takeaway from those 2 statements, Mike, was that what you guys have been kind of preaching about, hey, here's what we need to do next. Let's see what's working. Let's see what works. Let's see what we can drop and add. It's really starting to come to fruition here. Things are real. That aircraft carrier is slowly coming about.
Yeah, I would say that. So, we've been talking about renewable energy, alternative fuels for decades, and it's always been looked at as something that it was a good and probably right thing to do. Damned expensive. These things cost a lot of money, and what we're seeing, and you kind of see this in a lot of technology adoption, is once you get past like the 20 or 30% of something, then it really has to pay for itself. You cannot. It will never scale unless it's affordable and a good return on investment. So the renewables you're talking about for electricity generation are predominantly hydro and solar and wind. Nuclear is not even in that number. So nuclear would be another somewhat renewable, depending on how you measure it exactly. But what we're seeing definitely in hydro and solar and pretty much in the wind turbine side is it's just cheaper to make electricity than it is to continue to burn, the historic coal to make that electricity. And so it's a better business decision for those electricity generation funders and financing people to actually, make electricity that way rather than coal or even to some extent natural gas.
Wow. So when you say a better business decision, you pull that out. That is the basis now that we can move on. In other words, it's always been the thing. The better business decision choice has always been there since the beginning of time. But now we can see the table turning in real terms. I mean, we're talking about 1.5%, okay, on electricity and coal. Yeah, but it's 1.5% in the plus column, and that's the big difference.
Well, I think the other thing to look at is the rate. So, we've seen 20 years now of year-over-year increase in renewables for electricity generation all over the world. And if you look at, I'm not an expert on this, but if you look at some countries in the world, it's 100%. I mean, I was in Kenya this summer in Africa, and like 100% of their electricity is solar and wind. And
100%.
So they invested.
Wow.
Yeah. They had invested in it, and they went there, and it's paying off for them. As it was a bit of, as I recall the conversation, it was a bit of a bold move for primarily their government to invest in it and move it along, and that encouraged the industry and brought down prices and so forth. So I think absolutely we got to stay focused on the financial side of it. The other one you talked about was the love natural gas. That we're interesting on natural gas is we're also seeing that pencil out financially. The trucks are more expensive, but the fuel can be cheaper than burning diesel. And now with the renewable natural gas, where we're able to take livestock waste, animal waste, people waste, and turn it into a fuel, that's proven out financially to make a difference as well.
Fantastic. What is there another kind of set of numbers due to come out from the messy middle reports? In other words, or have all the numbers been collated so far?
No. Well, I mean, you can always look at 2 million lines of numbers. You can look at till we're all dead and gone. I mean, there's a lot of great data there.
You had me at a million.
So there will be that, and that's really what we're looking at here. Now, there will be people, including us, that'll do a flyover and do some quick analyses, and then there'll be others, NACFE being one, but other organizations that we know of are doing a deep dive with data scientists and so forth. So what we have decided in the last couple of weeks is to take 3 different looks at this data. This is like officially. We're going to look at it from an operations standpoint. How did the different trucks work operational? So one of the big things we'll look at there is like what truly is the range of a battery electric truck, and how fast can you charge it? I mean, are we at a point where you can charge it fast enough where a driver in his 11 hours of service can actually get an electric fill up during that time, or is it just far too long for him to sit around and do nothing, he or she? So we're going to look at it from an operations perspective. A second look will be from a cost perspective. We'll compare the different truck technologies from how do you procure the truck, how do you buy the fuel, what are the maintenance pluses or minuses and all that. And then the third way we're going to look at it is from an emissions standpoint. So truly how, emissions friendly are batteries versus hydrogen versus, bio renewable diesel and the renewable natural gas I was talking about. So we've decided at NACFE to take those three views at it, and then we'll announce going into the new year when you'll see reports from us throughout. But there's a lot here. We're taking it extremely seriously. I mean, it's one thing to just do the run and have some data on a dashboard and a website, but what did we truly learn? We're taking that very seriously.
Well, we're going to learn right along with you, too. And speaking of right along, that clock has just pushed us right along here. We are out of time. Happy Thanksgiving, Mike, to you, everybody at NACFE, your family, and looking forward to talking to you very soon.
A lot to be grateful for, guys. Thank you very much.
Mike Rope, everybody.
After this, our good friend Rebecca Brewster is going to be joining us on the show. I'm going to do the introductions, and then Dave is going to take over and do the interview in full. I'll be back after that for our next guest. Meredith from Freewheelin' is going to be joining us.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
We head further down the road. I'm going to turn this one over to Dave in full because, this is Nemo Nation, and it's a chance to catch up with a longtime friend of ours. It is National D.B. Cooper Day, so everybody raise a glass to his memory, and let's all hope that he's someplace on a beach collecting 7%. I really am hoping for that. I have this great image of D.B. Cooper, who, by the way, there's a lot of rumors as to who he was and who he could have been. Who played him in the movie, by the way?
Oh, I don't know.
Perfect choice. Treat Williams.
Treat
that
Williams.
sideways smile, that sense of I can get away with anything, really just kind of plays in beautifully. He's actually been represented in a lot of television shows as well, too. There is a really great a long-running spy television show where it turns out a character who goes by one name, in like season 4, he's revealed to be D.B. Cooper. It's like this great reveal. Speaking of great reveals, we got a great friend here, Dave, a chance for you to dig into one of your favorite topics of the year, of the century, of the decade, of the month. On and on and on. Would you care to do the intro, or should I do this?
I will introduce our dear friend, Rebecca Brewster. She has been a friend personally and a friend of the show for longer than I can remember now.
And it's going to become a much more sizable contributor to Nemo Nation as well, too. We're looking forward to that as well. Yeah, she's the head honcho at ATRI, American Transport Research Institute. You can go to truckingresearch.org and find out all about them. Rebecca, good morning. I'm not going to be with you because Dave's like, I want to do this by myself. I'm like, okay, fine, do it by yourself. Good morning. Good to have you.
Well, good morning, Jimmy, and it was good talking to you, but I'm looking forward to talking to Dave this morning.
Take it away, Dave.
Well, I'll let you guys Rebecca, good. Thank you so much. Been liking your pictures that you've been posting on Facebook lately.
Well, thank you. I love social media for that. It's just, it's a way to stay in touch with people. It's a way to share, as we say, food, family, and friends. So
there it is, the 3 Fs. Okay.
The 3 Fs.
So the top 10 numbers are out. You guys introduced those out in San Diego earlier this year. Let me say, a few weeks ago. We always look forward to seeing. I think the industry really looks forward to seeing these numbers and see how does it compare. And then you guys introduced the company driver and then the motor carrier lists and see how they compare. And then a few years ago, you did the company driver and owner-operator list, see how they compare. And that's where I went first. And usually we start off with the top 5, which we're going to do, top 5, and then next show we'll do the bottom 5. And the reason we don't do them in alphabetical order, in Letterman order, is because the bottom 5 are usually more interesting in a way. And boy, in this case, that is the absolute case. But I looked at the driver and the company lists, and there are only 2 things in common. And I didn't go back and do the research, but I think that's pretty unique. Did you notice that? That there were only 2 things, the truck parking and broker issues. That was it.
On both the driver and motor carrier list.
Yeah.
And you know, Dave, you expect to see differing issues on those lists.
Correct, of course. Because
very different experiences. Drivers live day to day on the road, so things like truck parking are near the top. But to see such differences, I haven't done the research either, and now I'm intrigued, and I'm going to go back and see if there was another list like this where there are only 2 common issues.
I don't think so.
It is very revealing, I think.
Okay, talking to Chuck Snow a little bit earlier, and we were talking about the piling on of things in the industry. In terms of we've always had this, we've always had that, and they come and go, but now everything seems to be happening all at the same time. There seems to be so many issues. I don't see how you could have more than 2. You'd have to have a list of 20 to make it work so that you wouldn't have just 2 that are the same, because there are so many issues. So you pick an issue, any issue, and it's going to get on somebody's list. Are we experiencing an overall piling on in this industry? Can you relate to that phrase at all?
I can. And in fact, if there's a criticism that's levied against ATRI relative to this report each year, it's when people take the survey and you're asked to pick from a list. This year there were 27 issues on the list. Mm-hmm. You're asked to pick your top 3. And people inevitably write to us, email us, send us messages and say, all of these are important. You've got to let me pick more than 3. Well, I get it. They're all important. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the list for you to pick from. But our methodology requires people to really hone in and say, these 3 are the most impactful to me. So, you know, be angry, but it's 3 or not at all. So, and I, you know, what I love about this is because people are so invested in the opportunity to share their opinions on these issues, we see write-ins. So you can write in an issue, you can write in a strategy, and those write-in issues oftentimes make it into the top 10. For instance, driver compensation, number 1 on the truck drivers list, number 5 overall. That was an issue that was initially added to the survey because so many drivers wrote it in, concerns over their compensation, and that was years ago. We saw something else. We saw several others jump into the overall ranking this year that were issues that drivers had been ranking as important to them and started out as issues that drivers were writing in as important to them. So, you know, this is unlike other surveys where you can write something in and nobody pays attention to it. We actually do and elevate those issues that get a lot of write-in responses to the overall survey.
And you have a list of emerging issues to that point that are 11, 12, and 13: driver distraction, driver shortage, broker issues. over in the overall list, even though those things do play into the top 10s in the individual lists. So there's a lot of lists.
There's a lot of lists. There's a lot in this report for folks to unpack, and I appreciated Jimmy reminding folks that they can go to our website, truckingresearch.org, download this report, and any and all of ATRI's studies are there available for folks to download at no cost.
Yes, I remember when you and I first met. We first met over this, and we started our ATRI's on the air with this. And I said, you can use it or abuse it. And you kind of picked up on that. And that's what people do when number charts come out. They use them and abuse them. But it's out there, and it's absolutely free for anybody that wants it. And it's immediate, too. You just go to atri.org, click the thing for the survey, fill out the little form, click the button, and poof. It comes to you immediately. You don't have to wait for an email. It just comes. So do that. Read through this stuff. It only comes out once a year. And you can actually go through this in a year's time and just really dig in and understand this industry from the inside out, more so than I think you can from any other source, because it tells you what the problems are and what folks are looking at to solve those problems. That's the other thing that we bring up about this report, is that there are, well, again, 3 methods of alleviating these problems. So number 1 is so let's go to the lists now. Let's go to the big list, the big overall list. This includes everybody: owner-operators, lease operators, company drivers, and executives, let's put it that way, or people in the offices. The economy is number 1 on this list. How do does that even need to be stated at this point? But I guess it does.
Well,
if you know what I'm saying.
Absolutely, and some things show up on this list, and I'm surprised by them. And certainly when we talk next month about the second half of the list, I will share some of my surprise with some of these issues.
Okay.
But the fact of the matter is, I think we all knew the economy was going to be the number 1 concern. It's now the 3rd year in a row it's been the number 1 concern. I personally would like to put out an appeal to everybody. Let's come up with something else to be the number 1 issue in the industry, because I think we're all feeling the fatigue of what's going on in the broader economy, but certainly in the freight economy. And you know, it's interesting, Dave, because we talk about the driver list, and at the driver list, the top concern was driver compensation. I think these are really, you know, part and parcel of the same issue, because the broader industry ranks the economy as the number 1 concern. How is the economy playing out for drivers in their compensation? So, you know, I think it's really hard to separate those 2 issues. So here we are again, the economy, the number 1 concern in the industry. Last time we saw the economy, you know, not recent times when it's 3 years in a row now the number 1 issue, but the last time we saw it as the number 1 issue was back in the Great Recession. So, you know, it's one of those challenging issues that impacts all parts of the industry. You know, you said this is everybody's list, everybody who did the survey. This includes equipment manufacturers and people who sell products to the trucking industry. Well, if the trucking industry is hurting, those people are hurting too. So, you know, everybody's all in on this. The economy is the number 1 issue.
And the proposed fixes for that are stated here, of course, too. But then again, that's all so fleeting, because it ain't up to us in this case. You know, a lot of this stuff is up to us, but this one isn't.
Right. And so that's why the strategies here are really just to help, the ranked strategies are really to help the industry understand and be able to communicate to elected officials and those who can do something about the state of the economy, how impactful it is to the trucking industry. So, you know, the number 1 strategy is look at how the increasing operational costs, which ATRI documents every year in our ops cost research, how is that impacting the broader economy? You know, what's the role of tariffs in that? And what does this mean for the general consumer? I think so often the general public doesn't connect the dots between transportation costs and what they pay at the store. They don't think about how that stuff got to the store. But if those costs continue to go up, like we've seen in the operational cost of trucking, the price of everything is going to continue to go up as well.
And I don't think the consumer understands that the trucker, and I mean the trucking industry and the individual driver too, for that matter, I don't think the consumer understands that the trucker understands, because they're consumers too. We're all in the same trailer, so to speak.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So there's that. Now, moving on to lawsuit abuse reform is number 2. That has been, a thorn in the side and the other side of trucking for a long, long time.
It has, and I sometimes call this the artist formerly known as tort reform. So, but now
yeah, I like
now
that.
we use the vernacular of lawsuit abuse reform. But clearly, the trucking industry is in the sights of the plaintiffs' bar, and we're a favorite target. And I don't care where you live in this country. You can turn on your television, and you will see an ad from a plaintiff's attorney saying, "In a truck accident, come see me, and I'll get you a big payout." And that's ubiquitous across the country, and it's a very challenging situation, and it plays out in so many different ways. It drives up the cost of insurance. It drives up the availability of insurance. It leads, one crash could lead a smaller carrier to have to close their doors, and so there's employment impacts there. I mean, it's just a very, very challenging environment. So much so, Dave, and I know you remember 5 years ago, 2020, we released a study on nuclear verdicts and the impact of nuclear verdicts on the trucking industry.
Yes.
Well, we are getting ready to release next week a new study looking at litigation trends and those impacts on the trucking industry. So an update to that earlier study. So we'll get to talk about that on some future call as well.
Of the 3 proposed strategies, the first one is to promote state-level reform. That seems to be where everybody pretty much needs to go at this point. I mean, I don't know on the federal level if anybody's ever going to get anywhere, but it seems like some states have already done some proactive things on this. Maybe Kansas and Texas. I don't want to name states, but you know what I mean. Every once in a while, a state. And then when you look at the fine print, though, it's not as good as it seemed in the headline.
Right. Well,
but it's
really,
something.
A lot of this change does have to occur at the state level, and I live in Atlanta, so I'm real pleased that Georgia has enacted a fairly comprehensive package of tort reform or lawsuit abuse reform legislation. But it is still, it's an issue that needs acknowledgement at the federal level, and there are things that could be done at the federal level. And in this study we're going to release next week, we'll talk some about what some of those things are. But this is one of those issues, shows up on the motor carrier side for sure, shows up on the overall list because it's so impactful. And quite frankly, even though it's not an issue that drivers rank, it is impactful to drivers as well. Like I said, if we did research on nuclear verdicts. Well, if you're a small fleet and you have a crash that has $1 million payout, that's a nuclear verdict to you. And, it will lead your insurance premiums to go through the roof. It's just a very impactful situation right now.
Yeah, and you're the driver right in the middle of it all. So, you're affected for sure. Insurance cost, in hand here, insurance costs and the availability of insurance. And boy, availability. I don't remember availability being part and parcel of the insurance discussion. Did I miss something along the way?
So we added that a couple of years ago because we
okay.
had just the cost of insurance. But quite frankly, people said, the market's getting so tight from insurers leaving the marketplace, so there's not the capacity out there. So we added availability to it as well. So it's not just what does it cost, but what are my options for finding people who will insure my fleet?
Yeah, even on a personal note here, we we had insurance on our car with one of the old. I mean, since I was a teenager, I had this company, and they stopped doing business in Louisiana. I mean, there's
Yeah.
So there's that. So that hits you, company wise, and can hit you personally as well.
Absolutely. And I don't separate those two issues. They typically stay, lawsuit abuse reform and insurance cost and availability usually stay pretty close to each other in the ranking because they're so closely related.
Let me say this. On the motor carrier side, the economy is number one. Lawsuit abuse reform is number two. And insurance cost and availability is number three. And you're saying, well, wait a minute. I thought you said everybody contributed to the big list, because the truck drivers' top three are not the same at all. But that just points out that, when the truck drivers put it all in there, their number added up to to join the number of the motor carriers. So even if driver compensation is number one on the truck drivers list, the economy still plays pretty much as heavily, if not even more heavily than that, because how can your own pay and the economy itself not be linked?
Absolutely.
So we move on to truck parking, which is number 2 on the driver's list, but it is on the motor carrier list. It's number 9 on the motor carrier list. It's been on the motor carrier list for years, and it's always lower. And again, it's not because it's not important. It's because, give us a break here, right? You asked for 3.
Right. And I put it in the win column that it does show up on the motor carrier list because, Dave, every audience I present this to, the results of the survey, I always say, if you're a motor carrier who wants to find and keep the best drivers, then you have to care about what drivers care about. So, and drivers, depending on the year, sometimes truck parking is number 1 for drivers and compensation is number 2. This year it happens to be compensation number 1 and parking number 2. So I appreciate that it shows up on the motor carrier list. It's interesting that on the overall list, it dropped down 2 this year. It was number 2 last year on the overall list. It's number 4 this year. And as we point out in the report, Dave, this is one issue where we've had a little bit of good news this year. There hasn't been a lot of good news in the trucking industry, but we are seeing states start to add truck parking capacity.
Yes, absolutely. We've talked to a lot of folks in the different states through the year. They got 45 coming here, 87 spots over here, that sort of thing. On driver compensation, too, because you guys did something a little different with the chart. The first time driver compensation showed up on the list, it showed up as number 3 overall, which means that not just drivers were talking about this, but a lot of carriers put that down because you couldn't get to number 3 on the list otherwise. So 2019 is the year that driver compensation made the list for the first time. Does that say anything to you in terms of the time frame? When you looked back to say, I'm sure you guys, when you do this stuff, you say, let's go back and see when driver compensation first got on the list. Were you surprised that it was 2019, so recently?
Right. It was recently. And again, that was an issue that drivers had been writing in. And so we saw enough write-ins to push it to the full survey. And so 2019 was the first year it got pushed to the full survey, so everybody could, it was, not introducing bias into it, but it was there for people to see. And so I think that explains why. So, 17 and 18, we had drivers writing it in. We added it to the full survey in 19, and it showed up. But I also think 19, because as you point out, it can't just be drivers voting on it that year. We had to have other people in the industry, mostly notably motor carriers, voting on it as well to pop in at number 3. And I think that was reflecting 2 concerns. On the driver side, it's obviously, I want more compensation. On the motor carrier side, I think it was reflective of how do we keep continuing to raise driver pay with and still be able to, keep our doors open. Essentially, we want to do what's right by our drivers, but there's a certain limit, and you can't walk people's pay back. That just doesn't go over well with anybody, with any of us. So it just is reflective of, two sides of that coin that drove it onto the survey and number 3 overall in 2019. But since then, it has stayed a top 10 issue overall.
Yeah. And again, driver compensation is number 1 on the company driver list, number 3 on the owner-operator. And you say, well, how can that be? Well, broker issues is number 1 on owner-operators list, and that's all about compensation. So, yeah, you get a kind of a double whammy on that one for sure. Truck parking is number 2 on both the company drivers and the owner-operators list, because parking plays into every other aspect. It plays into every aspect, from personal health and well-being to the legal and regulatory problems, and then, of course, the monetary problems, and the tickets that you get too. Those are expensive. So the parking thing is still, wow. Has there been any, of course, you always get comments, and you got immediate comments there when you revealed all of this in San Diego at the ATAMCE. What was some of the immediate response in terms of not what's on the list, but the way the list comes out?
Well, one of the notable things was the fact that this is the first time since we've been doing this since 2005 that the driver shortage is not in the overall top 10. So that jumped out to folks. And certainly we discussed that as part of the panel when we did the big reveal of this list. First time we've not seen driver shortage. Last year it had dropped all the way to number 9, and then they're just rolled by a big truck right past my home.
Perfect timing.
It dropped down to number 9, and then dropped out of the top 10 for the first time this year. And that's directly reflective of what's going on in the economy, quite frankly. And it just shows you how impactful these other issues are to the industry at large. Our workforce issues, driver shortage, the need for diesel technicians, don't even crack the top 10 anymore, because we've got all these regulatory impacts and broader macro economy impacts that are touching everybody.
Yeah, there's a lot to know about what's not on the list and why it's not on the list, for sure.
Right.
Matt Beach, who heads up 10-4 recruiting, is doing Popeye's pre-cooked frozen turkeys this year for Thanksgiving. What are you doing?
We go out to eat.
Ah, nice.
Rebecca is not a cook, so my family gets better served if we go out to a restaurant.
Ah, fantastic.
You're a data cook, is what you are. You cook data. That's what you cook.
No, well, let me ask you this, though, because all the truck stops, and TA Petro is going to have a great Christmas Day dinner. They always have great Thanksgiving dinners, too. But do you go to a restaurant to get turkey and dressing and mashed potatoes, or do you get other stuff like Chinese or Mexican?
We go to a Brazilian steakhouse because we're all about all-you-can-eat meats.
Not the one in Bridesmaids, though, I hope.
No.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Well, I love that. We go out to eat on Thanksgiving. That's wonderful. I'm picturing the Griswolds at the not the Griswolds. Who was it? Where they wind up in the Red Ryder BB gun. Where they wind up.
Oh, Ralphie. We never know their last name.
Yeah.
We never know their names. It's the old man, mom, and Ralphie.
Yeah.
That's it.
They wind up at the so I was picturing you at a Chinese restaurant. I'm sorry.
Fa ra 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 ra. There you go. There you go. Rebecca, happy Thanksgiving from all of us here. Thanks for making the time early in the week. All the best. Love you. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody out there over in Nemo Nation. Everybody's having a good time over in the chat. We're going to check back in with the chat when we come back on the other side and check back in with a longtime friend who we haven't talked to in a while, Dave Nemo, Jimmy Mack, Phone Master Dre. We are headed to places as yet unknown. We'll be back on the other side of this. It's Nemo Nation. Head over to RadioNemo.com and find out all the platforms we appear on a regular basis.
Are you ready for a hearty Thanksgiving meal without the hassle of cooking? Step inside Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers, where we're serving up your holiday favorites. For just $16.99, you can choose an entree from smothered turkey, chicken parmesan, and country fried steak. Each entree includes your choice of beverage and dessert. So come in on Thanksgiving Day for a festive celebration that'll leave you stuffed and satisfied. Here's to a happy holiday season.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/Radio Nemo and keep the mission moving forward.
Buckle up, because we're merging back into traffic on Radio Nemo's Nemo Nation.
Don't forget the show is going to close today with a special edition of not Trucking with Oida, Washington Trucking Week. It's all turning into one big blur here, by the way, over at RadioNemo.com. Don't forget all the offerings we have. Not only are we going to have, of course, Nemo Nation replayed. We'll get it downloaded on all the podcast platforms. Tomorrow, Road Gang Radio continues, and we'll be here on Tuesday and Wednesday before taking a deep breath on Thursday, and then returning on Friday. Of course, another edition of Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write. That is not a replay, but it is not live as well. It was recorded last week, although don't be surprised if Lindsay or myself drops into the chat when you guys get to hear it for the first time. She, Phone Master Dre, and two great guests, one in studio and one in the distance, actually put together a pretty darn good show. It was an earlier guest that we had. The discussion starts with the Las Vegas shootings, but it means so much more after that. It's a not want to miss special Thanksgiving edition of We Should Write. Lots of stuff going on. Our good friend Tara Garris is also going to be returning this coming Friday, where we're going to talk about real followers. We're going to actually dig into the idea of what it means to have actual followers and what it means to buy bots, that you can actually create the illusion, particularly on Instagram or TikTok, of buying followers and then set up an AI program to comment on your page. Oh, wow. Can't do it on Facebook. And so Facebook, if you ever want to see what kind of following somebody really has, and they have a big presence on Instagram, like all of Dean Croke's followers are for real.
Okay.
They are for real, because you know how you can always tell? The comments give it away. Because either it's two separate programs. If you want to have, you can buy lots of fake followers or fly-by-night followers, and you can also buy an AI program that comments on what you've posted. The problem is you run the risk of getting your name written wrong. Like this show is great. Like, Remo Davis's show is great. No, it's Dave Nemo. And they'll write stuff like that. They won't hear things clearly. It won't pick up on it. So what you'll get is this fraudulent sense of, at first glance, a person looks like they're crazy popular, but then you kind of go through the comments and you realize only one or two of them are real people, if that at all. And so Tara, because she's been so kind of overwhelmed, I don't know if you know this, it was her full plan to talk about what I said on Friday and all the comments about that. And she just looked at it and she said, it's not stopping. She literally started working on it on Friday. It went into Saturday, and the comments and the repostings kept happening. So she basically said, I'm going to wait on this until we get to the other side of the week and kind of get to it. So there's other stuff, great stuff to unpack. But, she and I got to talking about it. And, sometimes we have stuff that has no comments because people are busy and they have lives and everything doesn't capture their attention. But one thing we're really, crazy about here is the fact that we are building a platform, especially on YouTube, where I got to tell you guys, until you get to like 3,000 or 4,000, there's some tweaks we can make as well too. I know you guys want to see more actual video content. And I don't just mean like 30-second shorts and reels, but like genuine, real kind of long form content. We got some of that in the works, and that's coming your way. But it just was fascinating. I've talked to Matt Beach about this. He knows a great deal about this too. And you can just manufacture a following, which is a really good hustle to run until a sponsor or until your employer says, where are these people? Who are these people? And what kind of return are we seeing on our investment? And it's a really interesting thing that kind of plays itself out. So we'll see. We have friends like our good friend Ike Stevens.
It's so funny, if I may interject here. What you're talking about is the truth and reality, what's real, what's true. So we have all of these things that are fake, the bots and all of that. At the same time, we have the real truth coming through. You know what I mean? It's like a clash of truths.
It really is, and it's like, and we're still at a place right now, even despite their best efforts. They look a lot of the time in regards to just a quick glance. Yes, absolutely, a quick glance, and it looks like the real thing. They've gotten that good. What they can't do though is a close look always gives the game away. So Joe J says, my girlfriend runs our company's social media. The paid followers make her so mad. We don't roll that way. It's frustrating. So much fake BS out there. My brother Joe J, standing up for the regular guy out there. Joe J, I got to tell you, man, it is, because the worst part is that it often gets a lot of what I call the older people in the economy who haven't gotten hip to what's going on. It makes them think, oh, here's a guy we want to be associated with. Oh, here's a guy that's got the clicks, because it's, the thing about all of this stuff is that it goes back to marketing. You said my girlfriend runs our social media. That's. I got to tell you, Tara and I talk about this stuff all the time. And marketing is not the place where you put the dead enders. If you're deadly serious about the growth of your company, and Dean has talked about this at length, marketing is not the place where you put the dead enders. Say what you want about, we have very limited budgets here, but the woman who takes care of our social media imaging, it's beautiful. I mean, would you agree? I mean, it's okay if you don't. It's lovely. Like, do you see today's post? Once a member, always a member. Mm-hmm. It's the members. I won't say what the band is. I won't say what the gang is because that's the trivia question. It's from American Graffiti. I'll tell you that. It's wonderful. It's conceived. It's thought out. It's put together. It has a fabric. It has a feeling to it. There's a lot of people out there, Joe, who are doing their marketing. Look. And I don't know if you noticed this. We're talking. We had the great conversation with Tevin this morning, right? And he talked about a good use for ChatGPT. I'm at the point after the last few months, Dave, if I ever get a letter from anybody who didn't bother to remove written by ChatGPT at the bottom of an email they sent me, they're fired. That's where I'm at right now in regards to all of this. If I can see that it's ChatGPT and has had no work to look. I have no problem with somebody saying, I got to straighten this letter out. I got to do some work here. But you still got to go back and make the pass. Do you follow me? Mm-hmm. You still got to go back and say, I wouldn't say it like that. I wouldn't be redundant like that. I got to remove that sentence. Look, people write a lot of letters all day long. There's a lot of stuff, though, dude. You're like, did you even bother to read this? You just posted it, man. You're just doing all kinds of nonsense. And by the way, Joe's saying it's very difficult, more than I'd imagine. Good for you, Joe, by the way. There's a lot of people who are very dismissive of good marketing. It's deeply infuriating how people dismiss that. But I want you to think about this. I mean, there's a whole television show about how important it is. One of the greatest shows ever made for television, Mad Men.
Absolutely. And you know, to your and Joe's point, very difficult, more than I ever imagined. Anything that's worthwhile doing, if you're doing it right, it's a lot more difficult than you might think it is. You can surface ski, you can ski along the skim along the surface of something for a while. But if you dig in and do it right, it's a lot of work.
Well, you know, and one of the problems we had in the past, I can do full disclosure here. One of the problems we had in the past when you have, certain salespeople doing certain things is like trying to explain to people as well, too. If you're advertising with somebody for 6 months and you go to those people and you say, I'm not seeing any results yet, then you don't know a damn thing about advertising. You really don't. You really, really, really don't. It takes about 6 months for it to take.
Mm-hmm.
On radio, it takes 6 months of advertising to take.
Right.
It then takes 6 more months to really make an impact and an imprint. And how I will explain that to our listeners, good God Almighty, you know what's going on at TA Petra, don't you? Good God Almighty, you know what's happening at Carrier's Edge, don't you? That rinse and repeat becomes background noise, yes, but then it becomes also background noise of reference. Why do you think insurance companies, which have so little difference between all of them, use those absolutely stupid commercials? The gecko, the emu, all of that stuff is not there because those people that do that stuff are smart. The Cracker Barrel thing is a really interesting story, wasn't it?
It was.
By the way, I am not sure. I still haven't figured this out because, you know, Lindsay talks about Morgan Wallen and she can't figure out whether the shenanigans are him just being an ass or a calculated version of him as an ass to get eyeballs on him. I will tell you, there are more people. What do you think the spike in business was when Cracker Barrel went back to its old logo?
Probably huge.
Probably huge. It was it, in fact, the Coke formula rope-a-dope. And by the way, that new image wasn't her being culturally insensitive. It was culturally insensitive, by the way, because she's an idiot. What it was her trying to figure out a way to condense that logo down as far as she could to make it a thumbnail, to give them something instantly recognizable. The gambit, the real play there would have been to remove the words Cracker Barrel and simply have the old guy by the barrel.
Yeah.
That would be the daring play. That would be the daring play.
Like the Nike check mark. You don't need the name.
Yeah, yeah, so that's just kind of the deal there. Our friend Bruce Almighty says, check out the plush Raising Cane's Christmas Story toys. We bought the set of 3. I'm kind of a fan of that stuff if you can keep it kind of in good condition. I love people who buy the old fast food stuff.
Last time I bought those, I bought 3 of the Taco Bell dogs.
I don't remember the Taco Bell dogs.
Yeah, a little Taco Bell dog.
Oh, the Chihuahua.
Yeah.
The Chihuahua. I'm sorry. You said
Taco Bell.
For some reason, you can say dog, and the only image that does not pop into my head is a Chihuahua.
The Target dog.
If you had said
other dogs are saying,
if you had said the Taco Bell rats, I'd have been like, got it. I'm not kidding. I would have gotten it. I was like going Taco Bell dog, and I'm like, Tequila Taco Bell, a little tiny. Oh, by the way,
I may still have hers.
My friend, I had a friend of mine, Dee Dee Vega. She was she's a cabaret singer. She had a mentally handicapped, physically deformed Chihuahua named Mr. Pepe that she got from a rescue center. And what I just described is exactly, I mean, literally, you walk in and his right leg was shaking a million miles an hour. He's going, he was literally making that sound nonstop. And I'm like, why did you get him? She said they were going to put him down. And she asked point blank, she said, is he in pain? They're like, absolutely not. She said, is he as angry as he seems? They're like, no, he's in a pretty good mood.
You should see him when he's angry.
Yeah. Well, I did see him when he was angry because him angry was like, it was him scared because he, was so not aware of his surroundings because he, I mean, essentially he was the equivalent of a little kid with Down syndrome. And he was lovely. He was just sweet. He'd lay next to people, and once he sat down, he was great. But it just like I said, she just adopted him. She said she had another dog too, but she adopted him. She's like, why put him down when we can just give him a sweet life? He's not like tearing up the furniture. He's just going just crazy, man, just crazy. I don't know. That's just kind of the thing about those little dogs. I don't like them. I don't like Chihuahuas. I don't like Are you a Chihuahua guy? And it's not against little dogs. I love Amy's dogs. I love your daughter's dogs. They're just wonderful. Dachshunds. They're just great. I just think they're terrific.
Well, I could do it. Yeah, Chihuahuas, they don't seem very cuddly. They don't. I don't know. I wouldn't reject one. Let me.
I'll take one over a Pomeranian any day.
Okay. If a Chihuahua came up on the porch and begged for a place to live, I'd let him live here.
Respect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm that way too. I mean, I love dogs at the end of the day. Just not my first go-to choice. Although I will tell you, if somebody said this little tiny Mr. Pepe with essentially Down syndrome and a shaky leg is going to get put down, or he can be brought to your house and fed and kept comfortable for the rest of his life, I'm probably going with the rest of his life, dude. A bigger dog, I might not feel so comfortable about if I had the same conditions. By the way, this is a trucking show. I don't know if you knew that.
Oh, trailers too?
Yeah, trailers too. Okay. 550 truck drivers have been cited for English language proficiency violation in Illinois so far in 2025. As of November 22nd, which, of course, that was Saturday, 550 drivers were cited for ELP violations in Illinois for 2025, about the same numbers of drivers that were cited for not understanding English in all of 2024. In 2023, only about 385 drivers were cited for the same violations. According to Center Square, and this is from our friends over at CDL Life, 18% of the ELP violations issued in 2025 were for drivers holding an Illini-issued CDL. Notice I turned Illinois into their university there.
Mm-hmm.
This is what Illinois State Police had to say. Every ISP officer conducting a commercial motor vehicle inspection initiates the inspection in English. If there's an indication the driver may not understand the inspector's instructions, the inspector then conducts an English language proficiency assessment. The vast majority of citations are given to out-of-state CDL holders. I guess Illinois feels pretty good about that. What State Rep Adam Niemberg said, Nymerg said was, so we need to solve the problem in the state of Illinois. The federal government, other states need to solve the problem within their states, but it really does scare me. Currently, Illinois issues standard licenses to non-citizens, but Nymerg has filed legislation requiring anyone seeking a standard driver's license to be a U.S. citizen. The standard Illinois driver's license is not a federally recognized real ID and is not sufficient for proving citizenship, boarding an airplane, or entering certain federal buildings. I'm of mixed feelings about that. Standard driver's license. I mean, come on, dude. Somebody's got a green card. Come on, dude. People got to work. People are on the path to naturalized citizenship and all that kind of stuff. I get it. And, dude, let me make this really clear, Dave. I get it. Because somebody turned a rock over, and there's a lot of rot at the center of this. But, now, come on, man. Somebody's got a green card. They want to go to drive to work. I mean, come on. Yeah. Your mic went off. That's odd.
Yeah. What is?
Dave's mic went off, Dre. Odd thing.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I think it might have gotten unplugged there, but I got a phone call coming in. And we're gonna just kind of turn it now and say, who do I got on the phone, Andre?
Don Kraus.
Hey, Don Kraus in the house. Let's get Dave's thing going on here. Put him on hold. Let's get Dave back into conversation. What's going on with you, Donnie Kraus? What's happening, man?
Oh, getting the trailer loaded tomorrow, the one that we're pulling to Virginia and then on up to Maine next week.
Oh, you're heading up to Maine.
Trying to get over.
And by the way, Dean is going to be there on the 5th. I will be there on the 6th. That's really cool stuff. So when do you leave? When do you leave for Maine?
Well, we'll be leaving next Sunday to go to Virginia. It will be empty out there at 5 a.m. on Monday morning, and then they're working on our reload from there on up. So we'll be there around the 4th and 5th. I mean, we'll definitely be there for the Saturday night dinner. And this year we get to bring our load back home again to Indiana.
Nicely done. Oh, Don, I want to add a political comment here just for our listeners out there. Dave, make this really clear. I am all in favor of people who are in the process of naturalization and have green cards and the like from getting driver's license. I think you need to be a U.S. citizen to have that CDL. That's just I think you have to be a U.S. citizen to get that CDL. I don't think it should be a pathway to citizenship.
I don't think so either. And here, the other thing is this. And I wrote this in somebody put a comment.
Sorry, Don, you walked into a political conversation, so you get to hang on with us, though.
Yeah. But I made the statement that English, the official language of American trucking since 1937.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
End of story. No conversation to be had about it.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have no problem, but once again, people becoming citizens and having fractured English. Don't have an issue. We don't have an issue with it. This is all kinds of crazy stuff we're getting into here. Don, I'm going to ask a big favor of you, my brother. I am going to ask you to make one more comment because our guest, we finally got through to our guest for this half hour and want to get her into the conversation. So we want to get you one more final thought with Dave before we bring them in. Can you do that for me?
Okay, I'm a total 100% agreement with you on the English. I've dealt with them, for 52 and a half years out here, and it's only got worse in the recent years. And I hear a lot of whining, well, they've been driving for so well. Why didn't they learn English in all that time? So,
yeah.
When Teddy Roosevelt's birthday was last month, 2-3 weeks ago, and I had a bunch of his quotes that I always do on those birthdays. And he said that every immigrant in the United States must learn English within 5 years.
Yeah, and by the way, like I said, we're big fans here of, and by the way, I want to see more people who come from other places driving in this country. I mean, like I said, I want to see people who come from other places coming here and using it as the same pathway to the American dream. Play by the rules. That's it. We make this really clear because, and by the way, if you call up and you're a hater, we'll shut you down too, making that really clear. But if you love a chance to actually play by the rules and make a living here, we are all in favor of that. You know what else we're in favor of? Meredith.
Oh, she's here.
She's going to be here. Oh. Dre, do you want to do a little music here? You want to give her a little bit of intro music, have some fun here? Yeah, groovy. Meredith is in the house. Dave, I'm going to let you do the introduction here as we move through this groovy tune into Meredith.
Well, it's kind of strange. I should be saying, well, coming up next, Meredith Oaks.
Oh, thank God we're not saying that anymore. Thank God we're not saying that next.
Right?
We're all in a better place.
Hey,
good
Meredith,
God Almighty.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey.
What's going on? How you doing?
I'm doing great. And by the way, I want to say regarding your last caller, my great-grandmother came here from Russia, and she went to kindergarten class to learn English.
There you go.
I swear to God, I kid you not. I was the disciplinarian at a middle school in New Orleans, and there was a Vietnamese. There was a little girl. Well, it was also a grammar school too. There was a Vietnamese girl, and her mom could not speak English, so she took the first, second, and third grade classes with her daughter, and they let her do it. They let her do it. They let her sit here and do it. I love the American experience of everybody. Reagan said it, wonderfully. He said it's the only citizenship you get to choose. It's the only nationality you get to choose. Everybody, even the French, are like, yeah, you're here and you got a citizenship, but you're not French. Mm-hmm. Whereas here, it's like, hey, you want to make some money? Want to break some shit? Let's go do that. Hey, Meredith, how you doing? By the way, you got so much going on. You got so much going.
I'm doing great. And you guys are doing great. Dave, you look fantastic. I was watching your 61-day challenge. You're sprightly, man. You look like I can't even believe it. You're in fantastic shape.
Well, thank you very much.
Congratulations. That's awesome.
The dude hits the gym. It's kind of insane, by the way. That
right?
Dave and I at the end of it should be the end of days, have turned it into the beginning of a new chapter. By the way, let me make sure everybody's clear on this one. Meredith, of course, and OCHS.com is the place you want to go to find. I mean, it's insane all the stuff you're doing. Let's start with this. Writing books, dude. I mean, tell us what's going on that front.
Well, I always wanted to be an author my whole life since I was a little kid, and finally it took years and years, and I got a publishing deal, and then once you get one, it's a lot easier to get more. So I'm on my fifth. on my fifth book now.
What are you working on now, by the way? What do you got cooking now? I mean, because it's the other thing is you got to keep writing. That's the awful thing that we found out from our friend Megan Kate Nelson, that once you get into that loop, though, they want to know what's next before they're even done with the one that you're publishing in the meantime, right?
That's the awful thing. And as Dorothy Parker said, I hate writing. I love having written. So, like, while you're in it, it's the worst thing ever. It's like homework forever. Your brain is breaking. I fact check everything to death, and it's just a crazy process. But when it's done, it's published. It's a book. It's phenomenal. So I've written 4 books, nonfiction books. Now I'm working on my first novel, which is also crazy. I thought it'd be easier. I'm like, I'm going to world build. I'm going to do. This is all going to be from my creative brain, but it's like, no, it's much harder.
You probably have to do as much, maybe even more research.
You have no guardrails is the problem, is the fact that history, when you write books about things that actually have happened, those damn facts keep you on the road. When you can go anywhere you want to, at some point you have to start murdering your children and limiting your imagination, and it gets really brutal at that point. How'd I do?
You did very well. Are you a novelist? I mean, because that's pretty much the process. And you have to, like, each character has its own arc, and each chapter has its own, it's like it has its own structure, a beginning, a middle, and an end. And then the whole book is a beginning, a middle, and an end. So it's just a crazy process with ridiculous amounts of detail.
Well, Dave made a good point, too, about having to do your own research, too, because if you're writing a story about a lawyer, you've got to figure out how much to explain and how much to say. Look, we're just going to slap an environmental injunction on it. Look, you have any experience. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Let me handle it. And then move on, because the further you get into the weeds of any sort of technical thing, there's no end to it. You end up literally on a side quest mission explaining the texture of what you're trying to do. And that's another
I'm glad
great...
you said that, because I have a lot of lawyers in my family, and they think that their job is hard, which it is. But, they look at what we do as, oh, it's creative. Oh, you're having fun all day. I'm like, no, when I'm done with the book, like, I can't speak to anyone for, like, weeks. I have to curl up in a ball.
Where do you, this is this stupid open-ended question. I'm not going to ask you what the novel is about or anything like that, because I think that's unfair. But
thank you.
But what's the novel about? I'm sorry.
but so you've read a lot of novels. You continue to read novels. You love novels, so you're going to write a novel. What makes you? And I think it's easier to do a nonfiction book because you have a thing and you can go after it. But when Jim said there's no guardrails, how did you pick out what you were going to write about, or a character? Do you start with a character and you're going to tell his or her story, and then you invent a story for them? So where do you start? What's the seed? Is it the person?
You're triggering her, Dave. You're actually giving her terrible flashbacks now. She just got through this nightmare, and now you're making her relive it for us. Go on.
That's so funny. Oh no, I'm totally in like full nightmare process. I'm maybe like a third of the way done, maybe. It's a good question, and it's also like writing a song. Do you write the words first or the music first?
Yeah.
And it's a combination of things. Like a song is never about one thing. It's usually about like several things.
I have to ask you this question: are you a planner or a pantser? That's one that always comes up when it comes to books. Do you plan it out, or are you flying by the seat of your pants, Meredith?
Dude, I've flown by the seat of my pants for my whole life with everything, so that's pretty much how it goes. But you do have to plan. Like some people do note cards. I don't have any note cards. But I do take a lot of notes. Like whenever I'm out in the world, and now I do them on my phone. I type them on the little note section of my phone, then I go home and read everything, and I'm like, what is this? But you do have to do some structural thinking, which is the real challenge for me. So, I'm good at the writing and writing like this beautiful prose, but then when I have to put it in a structure, I mean, that's why you get a good editor. So I've been very lucky to work with good editors, but that was for nonfiction stuff, and there was really nothing to do. I would send them chapters, and they'd be like, "This is perfect." So this is a different kind of process. So we'll see. I have an agent who's also wonderful. She's she's a great person to, send ideas to, and she'll give positive comments and gentle, like, maybe this could be better.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get you back on at another time because we have some content coming up that has been pre-made. We're going to get you back on sooner rather than later. But in the meantime, Dre, give me about a minute. Buy me a minute here for Meredith, okay? Okay, so you got a South by Southwest. You got something coming up there, right?
No, that was something I did with the third book. That was
done.
Fantastic. Music and technology panel. I was part of the Fanny documentary. If you guys watch Fanny, The Right to Rock, it's a documentary that's out. I'm in that with a whole bunch of
Oh
other
my God, I remember
people.
seeing that. I remember being like, there's Meredith. Oh my God, I just totally remembered that. Thank you for reminding me of that. That was really cool. Good for you.
Yeah.
You've been writing about food, right?
Yes, writing about a lot of food, about consumer technology, doing a little bit of AI stuff, because this is what we're dealing with now. We're all moving into the future with this technology, and it's yet another wave that we all have to learn how to deal with, or else we're not going to work anymore.
Okay, now I'm going to do a little bit of London, Paris, New York, Munich. Everybody talk about pop music. Vietnam, Berlin, Northern California, and North Carolina. You've been traveling for work. Where are you going next?
Maybe I'll come see you guys. I don't know.
Dude, come to New Orleans. This studio is awesome. This is the best place we've ever been, man.
It's my favorite city in the world. I've been there hundreds of times, and I absolutely
You may
love
know
it.
where
Never
we
had a
are
bad
then.
time.
Do you know the Degas house where Edgar Degas lived in the 1870s?
Yes,
we are
indeed.
in the
Wow.
house.
Yeah, we are.
Lucky you.
We are 6 blocks away from the fairgrounds. We are a hop, skip, and a jump from City Park. We are right in the middle of Treme, and I think you of all people will get that. Meredith, we got to go. We love you, Meredith Oaks.
We love you too.
Good to talk to you.com. Get out of here. We're gonna get out of here too because we're done, guys.
Rubber Duck and Kimmy say hi, and Marshall Platter says hi.
Everybody says hi, Meredith.
Oh, hey guys. I miss everybody.
Oh, awesome. Good to have Meredith back. Little wheeling while we're free. So, we'll make our way to the next destination. Louis Pugh is coming up next with some Thanksgiving well wishes.
Yes.
And don't forget, Night Beat is coming.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Listen to Claire, because you are in the gang, the Road Gang, live from the Fast Sports Studios with your host, yet again, before Lindsay gets here, Jimmy Mack.
Of course, as we head into Thanksgiving, we have so much to be thankful for. There's an old Corbel Brut champagne commercial that just used to always kind of conclude with that serious voice going, because this year we've so much to celebrate. That actually, to a large degree, there's a contentious world going on right there in trucking. Some really crazy bullshivsky is actually happening in front of our very eyes. But our friends over at OOIDA feel like this is the first year in a long time where they can really kind of, after a lot of hard work and a lot of rolling that hill up, got it right over the top. Louis Pugh joins us this morning. We're just going to have a conversation here. Our normal Washington Trucking Week gives way to a kind of a Thanksgiving sort of warm blanket. Louis, it's great to have you. The Executive VP of OOIDA joins us right before Thanksgiving. How you doing, man?
I'm great. It's always good to be on the show to talk to you, my friend.
Okay, first of all, we'll get to Ohio State football later on because you guys have so much to be thankful for because everybody else is arguing right now, and you just kind of sit back and be like, just keep sending people our way, and we'll keep chewing them up and spitting them out like a turkey leg on Thanksgiving Day. I want to get though to give you a chance to say thank you to all of your members out there, to all the people who've been busting their butts, and also then we'll talk about what you guys have accomplished over this last remarkable year.
Sounds good, my friend, as always.
Okay, so let's kind of dig in. By the way, you guys just had a couple of board meetings. A lot of people kind of moving in and out of Grain Valley. You spent a lot of time on the Hill. You spent a lot of time back over in Missouri. Can you talk about where you guys feel like you are positioned in the halls of Congress, but also on the highways of America?
Well, I feel like in the halls of Congress we keep gaining steam and are doing pretty well. I think we're positioned well. Had a good year so far with FMCSA and DOT and getting some things done over there and taking closed out and taken care of, and been successful with CVSA on the out of service stuff. And then as far as Congress, I mean, we got a lot of people listening. We're getting some co-sponsors on some bill. I mean, the biggest problem we've had with Congress isn't really us, it's with them because they can't seem to get along for 5 minutes to get anything done, and the big shutdown, that sort of put us a little bit behind on the whole highway reauthorization. We were hoping to see some sort of a first bill out of committee by the end of the year, and I don't think that's going to happen. But again, I think we're positioned well. We have the ears of a lot of lawmakers. Lawmakers understand that small business, are gaining a better understanding. I wouldn't say they fully understand, but the small business trucking is, by far the largest amount of truckers out there, and that the things that they do not necessarily affect big business as much as they affect small business and mom and pops and just the men and women of blue collar America who pay their taxes and pay the bills for this country. And so I think lawmakers are starting to realize that. So maybe we got DOT listening. Maybe we can get them to start listening a little better.
That's we don't get a chance to chew into that so much because there's always so much action, whether it's non-domiciled stuff or English language proficiency or, what the state of the bar's confirmation is. All of that stuff is headed in the right direction. The FMCSA chief is now ensconced in his role and on the job. But I wanted to kind of talk to you about that in regards to talking to our listeners today and your members, is to remind them that so many people, and Louis, I do this for a living too, and there are people who know they can talk to me about trucking over the dinner table, over Thanksgiving dinner, when we're watching football. And the number of times I have to repeat to them, the big carriers are not literally the majority of what's going on here. Matter of fact, they're not even a sizable minority. I mean, it's really, do you feel like it's constantly rolling that rock up that hill when it comes to explaining to the members of Congress, dude, you don't get it. Most people that are driving trucks, most trucks that you see are the rolling office of the men and the women who actually are running incredibly small businesses and managing to make ends meet. Is it a real problem?
Yeah, I think it has been. Again, I think they're starting to see the light. I mean, it's kind of been a double-edged problem. That's been a problem along with the whole driver shortage narrative problem, but that's been, pushing those things. But Congress and D.C. and media, everybody's starting to realize, I think, that the shortage stuff was kind of BS. And, again, I think that people are starting to realize, and a lot goes back to grassroots, too, and that's why it's so important that truckers out there, pick up the phone and call their lawmakers and remind their lawmakers, either one, they're an employee driver and the things that they're affected by and how things affect them. Or if you're a small business carrier, remind them you're a small business carrier. And for small business, that's only one truck person, male or female, and truck trailer, and that's all they have. It's all the equipment they have, and that truck's a part of their family. And they need to remind them of that.
Yeah, and like I said, it's once you kind of articulate it that way, you realize what's kind of happened, and that connection between the misunderstanding of who actually runs the highways of this country And to some degree, I mean that runs both ways. Who's rolling across it, but who actually makes up the majority of share of the profits and the deliveries and the shipping and the detention time and on we go. And you're dealing with that on one side where people don't understand that the big carriers don't carry the weight that they often suggest that they do. And because people think they carry the weight that they often try to imply that they do, they get listened to, at least for a while. They got listened to more on the idea of that driver shortage, which, by the way, I wish it was a vampire and not a zombie, because then a simple stake through the heart would finally put it to rest. But it always seems to rumble up from under the ground and make its way. I realize we're talking about a different holiday now, but you get the idea. And that, in many ways, I know you have to be thankful for the folks over on your staff, over at OOIDA, who are working with you on the Hill, because it really is fighting a narrative against a well-heeled, not opponent, but a well-heeled counterparty to some degree. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fair, and I mean, again, I think for a long time, people on Capitol Hill were only listening to one voice, and you know, money unfortunately plays a large part into that, you know. But with that being said, truckers, our members, folks out there have been really good about, you know, continuing to remind Congress of them what they need and what's happening, and we have seen some small changes, but we need to see more. I mean, I guess where we're at now, lawmakers are talking, so that's a good thing, and they're talking about things that affect trucking in a positive way and affect drivers in a positive way, whether it's parking or pay or detention or some of these things. They're still talking about some things that can harm you, like weights and stuff like that, but training, so much of this stuff, and I think what's happened is for all these years, the safety numbers have went the wrong way. They've been doing all this stuff everybody else has been telling them to do, and the numbers are going the wrong way. Meanwhile, we've been saying the same thing for years and years and years, and I think finally that's dawned on maybe we ought to listen to these other people. Maybe they got a better idea. But with that being said, they're talking. What we need to do now is make them act, and that's why, again, I can't say this enough, and I know you say it all the time too. You've got to pick up the phone and call your lawmaker. You've got to get involved. You've got to tell them how, you know, lack of parking, lack of pay, detention, whatever the thing is out there, you know, how it harms you. And I mean, we saw this work with speed limiters over at DOT, you know, almost 16,000 comments, which should have been 100,000 comments. But hey, 16,000 comparatively is a humongous number compared to what we usually see. And it worked. We got it stopped. So we need these other things to happen on Capitol Hill, get lawmakers listening to not only talk about these things, but go ahead and let's get these bills across the finish line and passed.
Yeah, I mean, that really is the thing, too, because I'll tell you this right now. One of the most frustrating things, and everybody who understands Washington, D.C. understands this, and anybody who's ever been in a lawsuit understands this. You can have all the wins you like. You can have all of the, the reversals you like, and sometimes it happens over at the FMCSA and they stop doing things that are bad for you. But it ain't really there. It ain't really there until it ends up at the Resolute desk or it ends up in the Oval Office where the president puts that John Hancock on it, right? I mean, the thing is, at the end of the day, the wins really rack up when it comes down to passing some legislation, and it just feels like we're always kind of playing against people who are sometimes invested in not winning, but simply running out the clock. You know, I mean, that it's like if we can just hold on a little bit longer, we can run the clock out. I want you to comment on that, and I want to ask you about some of those that collection of whiz kids that work for you.
Well, you are correct. I feel like sometimes we have to run out the clock, and unfortunately, when the clock runs out on this stuff, then you got to start all over again with a new bill. And I mean, and ultimately where we are right now is, you know, we're going into the trucking legislative Super Bowl with highway reauthorization. This is where most trucking bills live or die. And parking and some of these speed limiters to drive act, some of this stuff. This is where we can get this stuff in because we don't have to find some oddball bill to try to put in. We can roll all this stuff in and hopefully get it passed. So now is the time, better than ever, to call your lawmaker and talk about these things that affect you.
Louis, I wanted to kind of dig in here for a second and just to kind of give a couple of shout outs. Our good friend Colin Long is, the most regular contributor over here. Jay Grimes, Bryce Mungen, and every once in a while, Narita or George will drop in. But I kind of wanted you to kind of a lot of times people don't understand what it is those guys do up there, especially those magnificent three who often make their way over to the show. Can you kind of explain really quickly, and this is our way, I'm thankful for them because they come in here and give us great content and great information, and they often understand that it's not an advocacy half hour. They kind of really present the facts and then make clear where your position is. They tell people what's going on, and then they kind of do that. I'm thankful for that because it means I don't have to fight against an infomercial. I'm giving them space to editorialize their position. Can you talk about those three fellas that come on here on a regular basis and explain what each one of them does?
Yeah, and I mean, Colin, of course, runs the whole office down there, plus he lobbies and stuff on the Hill, both Senate and House side. And then Bryce is sort of, his meat and potatoes is up on the Hill. As far as law, and then Jay, he deals more with regulatory stuff, which is over at DOT, FMCSA, working with those folks. But again, nobody in our office really has one thing. That's what makes us unique. We're very lean but mean compared to our opponents. We have way less staff compared to the people that we're pushing back against. But those guys all kind of cross roles as well. I mean, that's sort of their main thing, but nobody there. I guess the best way I can say about our DC crew, they've all got their strengths and weaknesses, but they're all in different areas, and they all work well, and they play well off of each other's strengths and weaknesses. We have never had a better team than what we have in DC right now, and those guys work their butt off. And our opponents, they pretty much have a lobbyist for every issue, it feels like. Not each branch of government, but every issue and every little thing. We've got, 4 guys down there, pretty much three most of the time, but some 4 guys when you count in Doug Morse for state issues that are handling all this stuff. And we have lots of issues. And you look at some of our other counterparts, they only have 1 or 2 issues as well, so they don't need a big thing. Our guys are working stuff all the freaking time, and they wear their shoes out up there on Capitol Hill. But they're also well known and they're well liked because we don't BS anybody. When a lawmaker asks us where we land on something, we tell them straight up, and we don't vary from that. We don't change our minds. We don't come back. This is where we stand. This is how it's going to affect our members, and this is how it's going to be. And you can either, if it's something we like, we'll support you. If it's something we don't like, we tell them we're not going to like this, and we're going to speak out heavily against it. So, and staffers, I don't know about lawmakers, but I think staffers appreciate that because at least they know what they're working with. But a lot of lawmakers do as well.
It's funny, too, because I keep thinking about, analogies for what those three fellas do. And I think about both the triangle offense in basketball, but I also think about the way how Trader Joe's kind of separates itself from other grocery stores, that if you literally, in a triangle offense, you can basically shift to whatever position you need to, that each player is capable of playing point guard, forward, center. They literally are constantly shifting to kind of fill in the roles as needed. And just like over at Trader Joe's, which often separates itself by those people can actually handle orders on the dock. They can handle stocking on the shelves. They can actually do a great job kind of running PR on the floor, or they can get on the register. These guys really are utility players in full-time roles is a really kind of great way to describe them. It's the idea that they're constantly shifting. If we're going to get really rock star, they're like Shohei Ohtani in that they are doing things that a lot of people need 2 and 3 specialists to kind of make happen, and that's pretty fair, right?
100% fair. And I say the other thing for our guys, they're smart. None of them drove truck, but they understand trucking, and they understand trucking because they get out of D.C. They go to truck shows. They talk to members. They come to our board meetings. They talk to our board of directors. They have a good understanding of the industry. When it gets to technical stuff, they lean on our board, they lean on me, whatever, but they have a good general understanding of trucking. They have a wonderful understanding of government. They all understand that doing something here may affect something over there and all stuff like that. And they understand, they're very good tacticians on strategy, on when we should do things, when we shouldn't, and stuff like that. Again, I can't say enough about how good they are and how lucky OOIDA and the members of OOIDA are to have those guys working and representing them on Capitol Hill.
One of the other cool things that I know you guys are thankful for is, you just had board meetings recently, and the great thing about board meetings at OOIDA is so many of the people on those particular boards are bona fide, great, long-time, present company included, truck drivers. And that makes a difference as well, because it means that the people who are being represented by the association are, in fact, integrally involved in the planning and the execution of long-term and short-term strategy, right?
Yeah, I think we just did an exercise here last week when we had our board and introductions and stuff. And I think we have 22 members on the board. Every one of them either is driving truck or has driven truck. But with our board, I think there's over 720 or 30 years of truck driving, of literally driving experience, behind the wheel experience around our board. So, yeah, we're well solid there on the amount of the knowledge and the ability of truckers around our board.
Louis Pugh joins us this morning on this special edition of Washington Trucking Week. We just wanted to take a moment to kind of celebrate all that OOIDA is thankful for. He, of course, is the executive vice president, and so he has that 30,000-foot view, but because of what he used to do, and he still does driving trucks, it has made a big difference for him to be able to see what's going on the ground as well. Louis, I did want to take a moment because I did mention George and Narita. George does such great work in regards to kind of advancing the message out there. Narita has moved over, and in some ways, not only with the St. Christopher Fund, but is making a real effort, something that is near and dear to your heart as a as a member of the U.S. Army. By the way, I'm still down to get a picture of you and my dad together as fellow members of that organization. Talk a little bit about the Truckers for Troops campaign. It really is near and dear to your heart, and it's shifted a little bit, but it's an amazing shift. As more people have come home, you guys have acknowledged that to help them out there as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, Truckers for Troops was started, I think, 17 years ago now. It's been a long time. Of course, during then, we were a lot of folks in harm's way. We were fighting some conflicts across the world. And it was started to send care packages to our troops. And it was started as an annual annual telethon 1 week a year. And we've raised a lot of money over the years through the generosity of truckers. And the way it works is when people join during that week, 10% of their dues goes toward the charity, and then anything else they would like to donate, which a lot of truckers are very generous and donate extra as well, goes to the charity. 100% of the donations to the charity, or 100% of your donations all go to the charity. All administrative costs are picked up by OOIDA. So, it's nice to know that everything you donate is getting to that person, that troop. With that being said, fast forwarded to now. Fortunately, there's not a lot of folks in harm's way. We haven't been getting as many folks asking for care packages. We still do the care packages, of course, but we also have kind of joined with the Veterans Community Project, which is a group who started building tiny home villages. They started here in Kansas City. There's now one in they're building them in Colorado. There is in Colorado. There's one in South Dakota. There's one in St. Louis. I think they're building one in Oklahoma City. They're building them around the country. And what they are is for homeless vets to give them a place to come in and give them a hand up as opposed to a hand out. By giving them a place to live, giving them an address, getting them back on their feet. All these little houses are built with veterans in mind. When you move into your house, if it was that they're completely repainted, new furniture, everything's put in with each vet. They try to cycle you out in a year to a little longer, but to get you a job, all these things, and then move you into a regular house, you're allowed to take all your appliances, chair, bed, all that stuff with you. So it's really a great thing. And the other greatest thing about it that and this was the thing they realized right away was a need. most homeless shelters and of things of this nature do not allow pets. As a dog person, as you well know, and veterans, their animals are like their family. That's, and they want to bring their pets, and they won't leave their pet behind. So that gives these people also help get them off the street if they have a pet, because people just won't come in if they won't allow their animals. So they do allow pets as well. And these people are doing the Lord's work. I've been to most of these communities to visit. We've taken them checks and backpacks and all kinds of stuff to help out. And it's just absolutely amazing the work they do. And in fact, the coolest thing, and I'm going to tell you, Jimmy, we took money to Colorado back in September while we were at CVSA. We took a check up to Colorado for $10,000, and we took them a whole bunch of backpacks for the homeless folks that they don't have homes for, and stuff like that to hand out as well. And in the backpacks, there's blankets and some toiletries and different stuff like that. But the cool thing was, I was an 88 Mike when I was in trucking, when I was in the Army, and I met a young man who was there at the VCP who had some trouble. He's staying there now, and he kind of toured around with us. He was a freaking 88 Mike truck driver as well. About 10 years after me, we went to basic training, AIT, all these things at the same places, drove some of the same equipment. So it was fun to get to talk to that young man and see and listen to him talk about how much VCP has been helping him and his struggles of life and getting him back up on his feet. It was really a cool thing. And in fact, it was so cool when I got home, I sent him an OIDA truck and a Truckers for Troops T-shirt.
Talk to me a little bit about that too as well, because you've actually walked some terra firma. What is it like to actually reconnect with those men?
It's just good. I guess we all have things in our life that we've done, maybe and stuff, and it was just good to reconnect with. We have some of the same things. We talked about some of the same places at Fort Leonard Wood and some of just the equipment and just different stuff like that. It's just a bond. I think most people in the military have sort of that thing. But when you get down, you have that just military at whole. But when you get down, when you did the same exact job, same exact places, it's just even much more of a deeper connection.
Yeah, it's really funny. My dad got a chance when he met some of my friends, many of whom have served in the military, some of whom worked in the Pentagon. He worked there as well. And so to get a chance to it's just an interesting thing when you meet somebody who you never knew. Dave actually had that experience when he met somebody who was in Korea at the same time doing the same job, but Dave was doing it over in Seoul, and the other guy was doing it on an aircraft carrier. They never met. And yet they were able to kind of share the same terra firma, because that's the thing about the Army. It gives you that routine. In the military, you got that routine going for you, and it just allows you to kind of share what it is you're up to and what it is you're doing. All right, Louis, so I have to ask you, I know you got some stuff you got to do for Thanksgiving, but what's your meal, man? What's your go-to? What are you eating?
Oh, I think this year we're just having turkey and there'll be turkey and cornbread stuffing, because I love cornbread stuffing, and just your normal staples. I don't think we're doing anything crazy this year. When I lived back home and I had, because we're having Thanksgiving in Missouri this year, and Jill, her son and fiance's coming, and my sister may be coming. I believe she's coming when she pulls in the driveway, but she says she's thinking about coming. And then we just have a couple friends around who don't have family out here either. They kind of come over, so we kind of. But anyway, with that being said, when I lived in Ohio, though, that's when we had big Thanksgivings. We used to have it in my shop, and my whole family would come, and Joe's family, and so it'd be 30 or 40 people. Nothing fancy, just picnic tables on a concrete floor. But then we'd fry turkeys, and a quick story is I would fry alligator just because I had some one time, and I was doing a turkey, and I thought, well, I'll do this. And my little nephews at the time, or little cousins, who were probably 5, 6 years old, they just thought that was the coolest thing in the world that we had alligator on Thanksgiving. But it's funny, they went back and did this thing at school about what you had for meals, and they kept saying they had alligator. And, of course, the teacher's like, you didn't have alligator. And they're like, yeah. And they didn't back down, which was good for them. But she told my cousin when she went in for parent-teachers night shortly after this that they tell stories because they keep telling her that they had alligator for Thanksgiving. And my cousin was like, They're not telling stories. That's my crazy cousin. He always does crazy stuff like that, and they loved it. So then I had to have alligator every year after that for them kids, and we did until like I said, until I moved out here.
Outstanding. I got one for you, by the way, and it isn't as wholesome, but it's equally fun. I had two friends one time come for Thanksgiving. They were part of that, as my mom says, always prepare for extra people to show up. And these two friends of mine showed up, and one took the other one in the backyard. They didn't know each other, but they smoked each other up, if you know what I'm saying. They came back in. They come back in, and we have this big party after our Thanksgiving dinner where everybody goes. People thought the table was for sitting. They were so gonked out of their mind that the two of them sat down with forks and ate an entire pineapple upside down cake while talking over it. Happy Thanksgiving to you, Louie. Do me a favor. Tell people where they can go to help out with Truckers for Troops.
Yeah, you can just go to ooida.com, or you can call in here and talk to our membership department if you'd like to donate to Truckers for Troops. And with that, I would also, if you're interested in what we're doing on the advocacy front, fighting for truckers, you can find your lawmakers, you can see what we're doing, you can contact them from right there. But with all that being said, the most important thing, thank you, truckers. Thanks for bringing us our turkeys. Thanks for bringing us our Black Friday stuff. Thanks for bringing us everything that we need to keep this country going. I know it's a hard job. I know it's a thankless job, but we appreciate everything you do each and every day here at OIDA. I appreciate it. I hope each and every one of you make it home for a safe and happy Thanksgiving. And for those who don't, we'll say a prayer for you around our table. Thank you.
Leave a space open. Somebody might actually be stopping by, and he may be the guy that delivered everything you have today. Thank you, Louie. Happiest of Thanksgivings to you, my friend.
Thank you, buddy. Same at you, buddy.
We'll be back on the other side of this special edition of Road Gang Radio. We're mixing and matching around here. We'll be right back. Let's see what's happening. Oh, big music now. Castrol keeps the heavy-duty market moving, delivering power, protection, and performance mile after mile. Find Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 now at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. These premium oils are built for endurance and trusted by professionals who depend on their rigs every day. You know Castrol from pioneering excellence in automotive and racing. Now discover the same world-class technology designed for heavy-duty applications. Castrol and TA Truck Service keeps you rolling. Stop by your nearest TA Truck Service Center today.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.